Honorable the Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this House here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations. Amen.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from the Honourable Devish Maraj, Member of Parliament for Arangwes St. Joseph, who has requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which a member seeks is granted. And I'll ask members to join me in acknowledging the presence of our distinguished guests who are seated to my right, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, and Her Excellency Janice Miller, Chef de Cabinet, Office of the Secretary General, CARICOM. We do expect other members in due course, and as and when they arrive, I shall update the members. Thank you very much. And we also wish to acknowledge the presence of the Honourable Kevin Bernard, Minister of Health and Wellness of Belize.
Papers.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Children's Life Fund for the year ended September 30th, 2016. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that paper number 1 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Members, the question is that paper number 1 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favor, say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the 47th Annual Report of the Ombudsman for the period January 2024 to December 2024.
Questions?
Honourable members, I am advised that the Honourable Prime Minister is on her way and should join us very shortly. What I propose to do is reverse the order and take the urgent questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information. Mr. Speaker, our responsibility as an opposition is to uphold the traditions of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, on the last occasion, with your leave, the Honourable Prime Minister was not here to take Prime Minister's question. On this occasion, both sides agreed that on this occasion, which is the next sitting of the House, the Prime Minister will make herself available to answer Prime Minister's question. Prime Minister's question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister's question, Mr. Speaker, is specifically placed on the order paper for it to be taken at a particular time. The Prime Minister has a duty and a responsibility to present herself and take the questions available to the opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I suppose that's a long run-up to make the suggestion that the Prime Minister's questions occupies preeminence in terms of the standing orders with regard to questions, okay? Can I ask you this question? Insofar as we have received assurance that the Honourable Prime Minister will attend today, can I ask you this? Other than the technical breach of not being here at the time, what is the prejudice, the irreversible and irremediable prejudice you will suffer? If you can answer me that, I don't want a statement. Answer me, what is the irreversible, irremediable prejudice you will suffer?
Mr. Speaker, can I be allowed to answer your question, please? Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we have a duty and a responsibility.
All of that, and I've heard you with that, okay? I've heard you with that. Have a seat. Have a seat. I've heard you with that. I don't need an extensive or hyperbolic preamble to the simple question I've asked you. What is the incurable, remediable, and irreversible prejudice you will suffer by just simply reversing the order?
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to respect this Parliament and the people of Trinidad and Tobago and present herself at...
Have a seat. Aruka Lopino, I've asked you a simple question twice, which you've refused to answer. Leader of Government Business, you wish to be heard?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleagues opposite, particularly the member for Aruka Lopino, that during the 10 years he spent on this side of the House, it was not unusual to take Prime Minister's questions later in the sitting. The Prime Minister, as you have indicated, is on her way. There's another Prime Minister who is visiting right now, and both Prime Ministers will join us shortly.
All right. There being no satisfactory answer to the simple question I have posed as to what is the incurable, irremediable, and irreversible prejudice you will suffer by reversing the order. Look, the basic premise, and it's a principle of law that is well known to anyone with even a cursory knowledge of administrative law or statutory interpretation or regulatory interpretation. Where a regulation or a statute provides a duty to do something without identifying the consequence of a breach, and no consequences provided, it's a proportionate response as how you deal with it. And that is why the question I pose to you is, what is the prejudice you will suffer? You have identified none because you're a very experienced lawyer, which I suppose you can identify no irreversible prejudice. So in the circumstances, exercising my discretion, I propose to take urgent questions now. Thank you very much.
Urgent questions?
Keisha, where do you urgent questions? St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Tertiary Education, can the Minister of Tertiary Education state when gate payments for all students for Term 1 will be disbursed to tertiary institutions, and that's Term 1 of 2025-26, thereby enabling students to register for Term 2 without disruption?
Minister of Tertiary Education.
Mr. Speaker, I have communication with the Director of GATE. I was told that the normal processes are being followed, as is the norm, and that payments are on schedule and have completed.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister therefore confirm that the students who, as recent as this week, were being blocked at UE, UE Jamaica, as well as USC, University of Southern Caribbean, can the Minister confirm that those students are now able to register for Term 2?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, GATE has paid $21 million for this financial year to date. $30 million is currently in the process to be sent to the Ministry of Finance, and $69 million fees are outstanding. The payment of fees is a continuous process, and this is continued as normal. There's nothing unusual about this.
St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the information of what is being processed, but I'm asking a very specific question. Can the Minister confirm that the students at USC, as well as the students at UE Jamaica, can now register and access their grades? They were blocked as recent as this week from doing so because of the lack of gate payments.
Are you asking a question or introducing new facts?
Asking a question, Mr.
Well,
Speaker. I'm asking if the students can register.
Member, all right, I'm directing it to you. Are you asking a question or are you introducing new facts by way of a speech? Simply ask a question.
Mr. Speaker, I am asking once again, can the Minister confirm whether the students from USC, as well as the students from UE Jamaica, can the Minister confirm if they can register, seeing that they were blocked as recently as this week because of payments not made by GATE? That is a question.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the payment of fees is a continuous process, and the GATE is processing all invoices as they receive them.
Member for St. Anne's East, question number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Ministry of Tertiary Education, the Ministry of Tertiary Education. Can the Minister of Tertiary Education state when students who are in receipt of national bursaries and who have not received payments since October 2025 will receive their next tranche of payments?
Minister of Tertiary Education.
Mr. Speaker, as I just indicated, as soon as GATE receives the invoices, they'll be processed.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to, should I repeat the question? Because I'm not sure if the Minister is answering the first question.
Bearing in mind that you have 2 supplemental questions, the choice is entirely yours. I will then judge whether it's a permissible or admissible question.
Mr. Speaker, I am speaking specifically about students who are in receipt of national bursaries. This has nothing to do with GATE. I am asking, when are the students who have not been paid since October 2025, when will they receive their next tranche of payments? This is national bursaries, not GATE.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm advised that by the end of February, payments will be made.
St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these students have not received payments which were due in September.
Okay. You have, look, you need to formulate, if you wish to make a speech, you need to formulate it in the form of a question. What you are not allowed to do. All right, Member for Tunapuna. Enough of that. What you are not allowed to do is to put a handle or a preamble on your question by way of a run-up speech. Simply ask a question. formulate your question in a simple manner which complies with the standing orders.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the payments that were due in January of 2026, are these payments now to be paid in February of 2026?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is well aware of the process that takes place. Former Minister, my apologies. Former Minister, and rightly so. And the process is happening as usual, which she should know. If the Minister can tell me now which students, name the students who have not been paid, and I can give an answer. But the general question of students, because there are a lot of bursary students, I can't answer right now on that.
We move now to question number 3. You've exhausted your 2 questions. Question number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Education. In light of the impending strike by school maxi operators, as reported in the media on January 30th, 2026, due to unpaid salaries since March 2025, which would leave thousands of students who rely on this service stranded and unable to attend school, could the Minister state what urgent measures are being taken to resolve this situation?
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. Since May 2025, $11,972,593 have been paid to our maxi taxis. From May 2025. Now, currently owing, it's $10,796,194. Of that amount, during the past week, 3 tranches of 1.3 million, 1.4, 1.4, a total of 4.1 has been dispersed to PTSC to ensure that the maxi taxi operators are paid. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the school maxi taxi operators for the good job they have been doing over the years. I also want to say that in collaboration with PTSC, a meeting has been set for Wednesday, February 4th, to ensure that in the future there will be a smooth system of payments to those maxi taxi operators. Thank you.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that for the past 8 months, no payments have been made to the maxi drivers?
Minister, are you able to do so?
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated first, since May 2025 to present, $11,972,593.20 has been paid to our school maxi taxi operators.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Mr. Speaker, could the Minister state when was the last payment made, not dispersed to PTSC, when was the last payment made to school maxi drivers?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through you, the last payment was made yesterday.
Member for St. Anne's East, I see you waving your hand frantically at me, but I'm sure you are aware of the Standing Order 27. F, 1F, 2 supplementals are permitted on urgent questions. So you've exhausted your 2 questions. I now call on the member for Aruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Homeland Security. In light of the January 20th shooting in St. Augustine, where CCTV footage appears to show Joshua Samaru surrendering, could the Minister state what immediate steps are being taken to ensure a full and transparent investigation?
Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. Speaker, those on the other side profess to be very bright. However, let me say this. This is a very...
Just answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, this is an ongoing investigation by law enforcement. As a result of that, Mr. Speaker, SO 27-1G.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister indicated, and the question to the Minister, that having regard to the fact that he confirmed that an investigation has started, the question to the Minister is what promise, what undertaking his office is being given to ensure a full and transparent investigation into this very important matter. You cannot, Mr. Speaker, because he's raising...
Don't require speech. All right. Calm down, everyone. I do not require speech. You are very well aware that these standing orders permit questions. They do not permit a speech. Ask a question. I'm not going to treat that as a first question. So if you're prepared to ask a question in conformity with the standing orders, I'm prepared to allow it. But ask a question. I'm not prepared to entertain a speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister. Minister, having regard to the fact that you have attempted to raise Standing Order 27-1 to not account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago on your ministerial responsibility, are you...
All right. I have repeatedly elucidated the operation of Standing Order 27-1G. Okay? As I have said, and I don't wish to repeat what I previously said on how public interest immunity works. Remember, Faruka Lopino, you've been a lawyer for over 15 years now. Surely you must be familiar with the principle of public interest immunity. Once public interest immunity is invoked, I don't have the mechanism, neither do I have the jurisdiction to undertake an examination or a second guessing of the invocation of the public interest immunity rule. That is what 27-1G is. And it's not an isolated mention of the public interest in these standing orders. It is interspersed repeatedly throughout these standing orders. So it must mean that the Parliament as a collective body of legislators took the informed decision to give to the relevant minister the power to claim immunity from answering questions. Now, as you are well aware, the public interest immunity is not a principle which is fixed in stone. Rather, it is a protean concept. It is capable of taking on many forms. Okay? That's what it means. I don't have the jurisdiction or the power to second guess or examine, and I've repeatedly explained to you, if I was sitting as a judge in a common law court, I had the power at common law to tell the minister, bring that information, let me see it. And I will determine. You know why? There's a legitimate public reason for that, because it would undermine the fairness of the trial. We don't have that here. So hold on. Right? Yeah, I am as well. So if you would not engage in this tiresome malarkey repeatedly, we would move along finally. So you have one more question you've asked. So one more supplemental. Oh, so we move on to the next one. Number 5, Member for Ruka Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Homeland Security, in light of the January 20th shooting in St. Augustine, where CCTV footage appears to show Joshua Samaru surrendering, could the Minister state what assistance is being provided to the immediate family of the victims?
Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. Speaker, this matter is under investigation at this time. It's one of the most intense investigations that is steering the police attention at this time. As a result of that, I invoke SO 271G.
Mr. Speaker, the member is responding to my question and in the middle of it invoking Standing Orders 271G not to respond. So he has to take a position. Is he going to answer the question, or is he going to invoke the Standing Orders not to answer the question in accordance with public interest?
Having said that, the sum total of what the minister said is the invocation of 271G. It serves no useful purpose to determine whether or not he took a run-up or he chipped along. It's carnival season, I know we could say he chipped along to it, but ultimately the decision is the minister's invoked 271G. All right. Number 6. Oh, it's gone. Time gone? Okay. I am advised that the time has expired. However, I am mindful the half hour. Can you wait? All right. I am mindful that I embarked on a lengthy explanation. But I'm not taking the blame entirely for that. I'm putting the blame on the shoulders of Aruka Lopino, because he knows fully well that I've explained that concept to him on at least a dozen occasions. So I would expect this is the last time. So, Member for Diego Martin Northeast, I will permit your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Health, in light of reports of shortages of critical medical supplies at North Central Regional Health Authority, can the Minister state what is being done to ensure the provision of medical services at this facility continues unimpeded?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. Firstly, I wish to assure the population that there is no shortage of critical medical supplies at the North Central Regional Health Authority. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, during a visit to the cardiac catheterization laboratory at the Eric William Medical Sciences Complex this morning by myself, the Minister in the Ministry, and a team from the Ministry, I was given the assurance by the Chairman of the NCRHA, the CEO, and other members of senior management that there was no shortage of syringes, needles, or any other supplies highlighted in certain media reports. However, what the Chairman indicated, Honourable Member, is that he met a debt of over $350 million left by the previous government, owed to some 521 suppliers, Mr. Speaker. This government has since been able to reduce that debt to closer to $150 million by its diligent financial management and fiscal prudence. Mr. Speaker, prudent fiscal management and strengthened accountability at the NCRHA and indeed at all ARHAs have resulted in considerable savings in security, janitorial, and other contracts. Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will recall that over some $720 million.
Exhausted your 2-minute time limit. Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Thank you. Is the minister saying that the statements made by the Public Services Association that lab sponges, suction tubing, surgical paper, and food is at zero in the hospital are untrue?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am informed by the chairman of the NCRHA that there is no shortage of any critical medical supplies and other supplies at the NCRHA.
All right. Honourable members, as I had indicated earlier, whilst we have some of our esteemed and honourable guests have joined us earlier, I wish now to say and acknowledge the presence of some more distinguished guests who have joined us here at today's sitting. The Honourable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and his spouse, Mrs. Diani Prince Drew. Her Excellency Christine Walwyn, Ambassador Diaspora Affairs, CARICOM Acting. Ms. Naima Hazel, Permanent Secretary, Prime Minister's Office, and Mr. Brian Francis, Information Services Officer of St. Kitts and Nevis. We ask you to join with me to welcome all of them as our guests in this Parliament today. Thank you very much. All right, so we will now revert to Prime Minister's questions. Thank you very much. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, having regard to the fact that some issues were raised early on in the proceedings with respect to Prime Minister's question, and also having regard to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the practice directions issued in 2014...
Mr. Speaker, may I ask on what standing order?
I'm on my list. I'm talking to the Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, that the practice direction of this Parliament indicates that the questions to the Prime Minister will be issued at least 1 hour before the proceedings. On the last occasion, Mr. Speaker, the questions to the Prime Minister were filed and they were approved and they were published to be answered. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister was not here. She was granted leave to be absent from the proceedings. Mr. Speaker, the objective of Prime Minister's question, therefore, is defeated, and therefore it holds absolutely no use for 2 questions that were approved on the last occasion for the Prime Minister to answer in the proceedings. Prime Minister was not there. She had an entire week now to come to today's proceedings to answer those 2 questions. Mr. Speaker, having regard to the practice direction, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking to you. Mr. Speaker, having regard to the practice direction and the practice and the traditions of this Parliament, it makes no use to participate in Prime Minister's question today because the opposition is not going to participate in a complete charade and disrespect of this Parliament.
All right, so okay, Minister of Finance. So, all right. The quintessence of a parliamentary democracy is choice, okay? And I suppose you've taken I don't even think that qualifies as a Michael Holding run-up. I think it more qualifies as a Shoaib Akhtar run-up on the line of the boundary. To simply tell me that you refuse to participate. The choice is yours. No, hold on. You've had your say. So the choice is yours. In essence, then, I am to take it that the Prime Minister's questions which were approved and due for answer today are withdrawn in the circumstances. We move forward to statements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has withdrawn those questions, and we will ensure on the next occasion the Prime Minister will be present to answer questions posed by the opposition.
All right. Now that we have some quietude, we move on. I was minded to respond to that, but I'm not going to. As I said, the quintessence of a democratic parliament is that of choice. You've exercised your choice.
Statements by ministers.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not go down into that aisle. I heard the honourable member protesting earlier that he desperately wanted the answers to these questions at that point in time. Now the member is withdrawn. So we don't know if he's coming or if he's going. I will get into my statement now. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, we wish to warmly welcome the Honourable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, and the current chair of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM. We really warmly welcome them to Trinidad and Tobago together with his delegation. Can we please welcome them? Prime Minister Drew assumed chairmanship of the conference on January 1 of this year, and will this year, later this month, later in February, will be hosting the 50th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM in St. Kitts and Nevis from 24 to 27 February 2026. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Trinidad and Tobago attaches great importance to our country's long-standing relationship with CARICOM, and indeed my own personal relationship, Prime Minister, with St. Kitts and Nevis. I've had the pleasure to work with others in St. Kitts and Nevis. So, CARICOM, Trinidad and Tobago, we stand as one of the largest contributors, and we remain highly invested in CARICOM. We remain highly invested in the region's success and our commitment to collective regional growth and development. As a government, we share the sentiments, warm sentiments, expressed by Prime Minister Drew in his New Year's message to the community upon assuming chairmanship of CARICOM. And those words I quote from Prime Minister Drew: "Our collective strength is greater than any single issue before us." End of quote. While Trinidad and Tobago believes that CARICOM is in urgent need of some transformation, we remain committed to Caribbean unity. I repeat, we remain committed to Caribbean unity. My government looks forward to engaging with Prime Minister Drew and his delegation in productive discussions on issues facing the region. We will both ensure that the work of CARICOM remains relevant to the people of CARICOM. Through you, Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister Drew, though your visit is short, I invite you to come back soon to enjoy the rest of our carnival season. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Public business, government business, motions.
Minister of Land and Legal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 5, subsection 1 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 5801, here referred to as the Act, that the President may by order declare that land is required for a public purpose. And whereas it is provided by Section 5, subsection 2 of the Act, that Parliament may by resolution approve an order made under Section 5, subsection 1. And whereas the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 was made by the President under Section 5, subsection 1 of the Act as legal notice number 388, dated the 24th of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to approve the said order, be it resolved that the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 be approved. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pride and joy to stand today to bring this particular matter to the attention of this Honorable House. It took us 18 years to get to this stage. 18 years to get to this stage. As this is in relation to the acquisition of what we know as the Tobago Race Club, the Cove Estate. This comes, Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of a PNM administration suffering the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We, as a government, in just under 9 months, can resolve this long-standing issue. Bring it to the forefront of the Parliament so that we can bring relief in terms of the regularization of this particular land acquisition amounting to 100 acres of land. 100 acres of land. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the people of Tobago spoke convincingly on the 12th of January 2026 and washed them away from Tobago. Washed them away. The people of Tobago, they spoke loudly where they removed them 15-0, Mr. Speaker. 15-0. 15-0. Mr. Speaker, what we are engaged here today is a legal process as outlined in the Land Acquisition Act. The first order, Mr. Speaker, according to the Land Acquisition Act, had to be published, or was in fact published, on the 15th of August, 2008. It started in 2008. That's the Section 3 notice that was in fact published in 2008. Thereafter, we had the Section 4 notice published in the year 2009, where possession could have been taken with respect to that particular piece of land that is now being acquired for a public purpose. And the lands were to be acquired based on the legal notice for the purpose of the establishment of a housing settlement and the expansion of villages. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have done as a government is on the 24th of October 2025, continue the acquisition process by publishing the Section 5.1 notice on the 24th of October 2025, after the last administration left this matter languishing. I, as Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, with the support of the Cabinet, was able to get this matter moving in a very expeditious and efficient manner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing here today is ensuring that we put this matter squarely within the remit of the THA, so therefore that the regularization of this particular piece of land can in fact happen in very short order. But I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, what is disheartening about this entire situation is when the previous government started the relocation of persons for the airport expansion, they were in fact relocating Tobagonians on this particular piece of land that is being acquired and they did not have the proper title for it. We are here right now through a legal process trying to vest the legal title of this land from the Tobago Race Club into the state. So they were putting people in lands that they did not have title for. And I'm hearing my friend from Trinity Maloney said that they started the process. Mr. Speaker, do you know when I checked the file, Mr. Speaker, on this particular matter? There were cabinet notes drafted since 2015 and it never saw the cabinet. So when you come to tell us that you all started it, it took a UNC administration to finish it. It took a UNC government to finish it because you all were busy acquiring Kedona lands for the Curab interchange that a sitting government minister at that time had an interest in. All it wasn't business about the people of Tobago and the regularization of Tobago lands. All it was business. Your business was with Rohan Sinanan and his lands. Your business was giving Bikram Ramnarayan land. That is what your business was. Your business was giving Howard Chinley land.
I think the member laid the foundation when he spoke about the delay, so continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we are here to deliver justice to the people of Tobago. And unlike them, we did it without an election. It's only when at the THA election that you hear them talking about regularizing Tobago land and autonomy, you know. That's the only time, you know, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But we are getting the job done. Promise made, promise kept. We are getting the job done. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to go into some historical background that was provided to me by the Chief Secretary and the Tobago House of Assembly. And I want to congratulate the newly elected Chief Secretary, the Honorable Fali Augustine. And, Mr. Speaker, this particular piece of land that is being acquired was with respect to the horse racing at Shervan Park. And I'll tell you how we move from Shervan Park to where we are right now in terms of the Cove Estate. Horse racing in Tobago originated in Shervan Park in 1930 on lands owned by the Latour family. This relocation marked the beginning of what became the island's principal racing venue and a central pillar of Tobago's social and sporting life. For over 5 decades, from approximately 1930 to 1984, this venue served as the heart of Tobago's horse racing culture. And during this period, the racecourse was a major attraction for visitors, a key feature of the tourism calendar and a source of local pride. The destruction of the facility by fire in the 1980s effectively ended organized horse racing on the island. Following this loss, racing activity shifted to Trinidad, while Tobago developed alternative racing traditions, notably goat racing at Buku. Despite this shift, this remained embedded in Tobago's culture and sporting history. After the destruction of the park, the Tobago Race Club acquired approximately 40.4913 hectares at Cove Estate, which we're dealing with now, near the former racecourse, with the intention of establishing a new racetrack. However, national policy decisions centralized horse racing at Santa Rosa Park in Arima under the auspices of the Trinidad and Tobago Racing Authority. As a result, Tobago-based racing was relocated to Trinidad, rendering the Cove Estate lands unused for their original purpose. Consequently, the Tobago Race Club opted to dispose of the property. The lands were later identified for compulsory acquisition by the state for public purposes. The Tobago House of Assembly pursued the acquisition of 40.49 hectares, formerly owned by the Tobago Race Club, and approximately 200 hectares at Friendship Estate. Mr. Speaker, we are also dealing with Friendship Estate. These acquisitions form part of a strategic initiative to facilitate housing development, settlement expansion, and planned village growth in southwest Tobago. On the 14th of August 2008, a notice under Section 3 of the Land Acquisition Act was published. This was followed by the publication of a Section 4 notice on February 10, 2009. On the 12th of February 2009, the Chief Secretary was formally appointed by the Commissioner of State Lands as the agent to undertake all necessary actions to implement housing settlement development on the acquired lands. The acquisition was expressly for public purposes, particularly housing and community development. Notably, the acquired Tobago Race Club lands were utilized under PNM administration to resettle persons displaced by the construction of the A&R Robinson International Airport expansion. These families were relocated in good faith and encouraged to establish permanent homes on the understanding that regularized tenure would follow. However, despite having occupied and developed these lands for several years, many residents remain without formal leases or registered titles due to the unresolved acquisition procedure. And that is why we are here today, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we can treat those persons with dignity and fulfill a promise that the state would have made to these citizens. Although possession was granted to the THA in February 2009, final payment to landowners was significantly delayed. More than 30 months after acquisition, correspondence from the Chief Secretary indicated that central government has not settled outstanding compensation, leaving landowners dispossessed and uncompensated. This delay was described as untenable and grossly unfair to the THA, the landowners, and the people of Tobago. Despite physical possession and active use of the lands, the Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, which provides for the formal vesting through the presidential development, was not completed for an extended period. This procedural failure represented a fundamental breakdown in the administrative responsibility and intergovernmental coordination. As a direct consequence of these unresolved legal processes, 1, residents cannot obtain registered titles. 2, they cannot access mortgage financing. 3, they cannot secure business or home improvement loans. 4, they cannot use their properties as collateral. 5, they are effectively locked out of the formal financial system. Many families have lived, invested, and raised generations on these lands remain in legal uncertainty. This situation has entrenched economic vulnerability, stifled wealth creation, and undermined social mobility in communities that were intended to be models of planned development. The prolonged failure to regularize tenure has severely constrained Tobago's developmental potential, which caused delayed infrastructure development, reduced private sector participation, limited housing expansion, inhibited community upgrading, lost opportunities for integrated urban planning. Lands intended to drive economic growth, social stability, and modern settlement development have remained underutilized due to bureaucratic inertia. This represents a missed opportunity for transformational development and a setback to Tobago's long-term planning objectives. Significant portions of the adjoining Friendship Estate were acquired during the People's Partnership Administration. However, following the change of government, again, no sustained effort was made by the PNM government to complete the Section 5 vesting process of these lands. The absence of continuity resulted in years of stagnation, leaving critical development projects in limbo. The failure to prioritize completion of acquisition procedures reflects systematic weaknesses in land administration and governance. In 2025, as the THA moved to issue leases and accelerate housing development, it was discovered that Section 5 declarations has not been finalized. This revelation underscored the cumulative consequences of years of administrative neglect. Following the installation of the Prasad-Bissessar-led administration, urgent corrective action was taken. Within 6 months of assuming office, cabinet approval was secured, a presidential declaration was authorized, and the formal vesting process was reactivated. These interventions have placed the Tobago Race Club lands on a path towards final regularization. At present, the final stages of this process are underway. In parallel, the government is actively pursuing completion of the acquisition procedures for the remaining portions of the adjoining Friendship Estate. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, when I went in there and I looked at the file, there are some issues with the surveys that have to be completed. We reactivated the procedure, and that will be done in very short order. So it includes the valuations also, and also the comprehensive land regularization. These issues, Mr. Speaker, we undertake to resolve them for the people of Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the history of Tobago Race Club lands reflects more than administrative delay. It illustrates a real human, economic, and developmental cost of policy, inconsistency, and procedural neglect. For over a decade, landowners were deprived of compensation, residents were denied of security of tenure, communities were denied access to finance, Tobago was denied full use of strategic assets. The current efforts to regularize these lands represent a necessary act of corrective governance. Finalizing this process is not merely a legal obligation. It is a moral, social, and developmental imperative, one that restores dignity to residents, credibility to public institutions, and momentum to Tobago's national development agenda. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I am very happy to have brought this matter, very expedient, to this Parliament, and it gives me great pleasure to beg to move. I thank you very much.
Honourable members, I now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 be approved. Member for Ruka-Lopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Barataria San Juan, who, using your words, Mr. Speaker, in a very lengthy run-up to what is a very simple and procedural matter that from time to time we in this Parliament will be engaged in, because the Land Acquisition Act, it's an avenue where the state, very, I would dare say, intrusive piece of device by the state to acquire persons' private lands for the purposes of putting those lands for a public purpose. My dear colleague from Barataria San Juan couldn't help himself. I was shocked when he referred to the recent outcome of the THA elections, and then he went on to talk about and put on the hands out of this Parliament that the PNM, has suffered, according to him, the people of Tobago. I want to tell my colleague from Barataria San Juan that when his party is serious about participating in all elections in Trinidad and Tobago, then he can boast of the outcome of any elections in Trinidad and Tobago. The PNM will fight local government elections, we will fight general elections, we will fight THA elections, and when they are ready to meet us in Tobago, we will deal with them. But unless and until they are responsible to put their names and their party symbol on a ballot paper in Tobago, then they cannot speak to us. Cannot speak to us. And the record of the PNM with respect to development in Tobago, it stands very tall. And regardless of what any one of them says on this side, Mr. Speaker, they cannot erase the record of performance of the PNM in Tobago. They cannot do that. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple order, and I had to respond to him. Yes, Mr. Speaker, but I had to respond to him. Because I will not allow the member for Barataria San Juan to rewrite the history and to rewrite the PNM history. Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple matter. And he doesn't even know Chauvin. At least let someone brief you on that before you read the speech.
And grammar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Perhaps you may want to reconsider that coming from you.
Mr. Speaker, Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member said that this land acquisition process would have started in 2008. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member is not aware that in this country, a lot of the major infrastructural and major development work that took place as part of our national development, unfortunately, we have not reached or go through all of the stages of the land acquisition process to vest lands in the state, oftentimes resulting in citizens being unduly affected and, as he rightly said, cannot participate in the financial system. People do not have access to legitimate legal documents because the state would have started the land acquisition process and failed to go through the Section 3 notice, the Section 4 notice, the Section 5, and the other notices to bring the entire land acquisition process to an end so that those lands can be duly vested in the state and that citizens are duly compensated. So the member stated that on August the 15th, 2008, a Section 3 notice was published in relation to the parcel of land, the parcels of land. The Section 3 notice, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the viewing audience and the listening part of the population, is simply an intention on the part of the state to acquire lands for public purposes. What the Section 3 notice does is to give agents of the state, including the THA, the Commissioner of State Lands, the power to enter upon the lands, to conduct surveys and other typographical surveys, etc., to determine the true demarcation with respect to the amount of lands to be acquired. Once that is completed, a Section 4 notice is published. And the impact of the Section 4 notice is to give agents of the state the power to enter upon those lands and to commit the lands for the public purpose for which the notice was published. In other words, it gives the state the power to construct your highway, to build your housing development, construct your community centers, whatever is the public purpose. It gives the state that power even though you would not have reached the stage of publishing a Section 5 notice, which in this case, once it is published, the lands are vested in the state. So a Section 4 notice was published, and based on what the member said, the lands were not put for the public purpose for which the notices have been published. But it was quite clear from the member's contribution that the intention of the THA is to have a housing estate developed on the lands in question. It has been something that was planned in the past. I guess that's the reason why those notices were published. And based on what the member indicated a short while ago, it is quite clear that this current administration, together with their counterparts in the THA, they are planning to go along with the original intention of establishing an estate, a housing development, and other community development in that particular area. So there's nothing objectionable as far as the opposition is concerned with respect to the public purpose for which this land is being acquired. Nothing objectionable. It's a legal process, and we will ensure that we utilize our votes on this side of the House to facilitate this legal process to vest the land in the state. But there's something very interesting when I listen to the member. Some years ago, maybe I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago, we were engaged in an exercise, Mr. Speaker, to vest full autonomy in the THA. The PNM came to the Parliament and we presented the bill to give the THA full autonomy, and the then opposition, now the government, voted against this bill. The reason why I'm raising this point is that the member did not say, and perhaps in his response or in winding up, he would say so, that when this Section 5 is published, as it has been, and we would have gone through this process to have it ratified in this debate, those lands will be vested in the state, in the Commissioner of State Lands. And had they had they worked and collaborated with the PNM to ensure that the Tobago Autonomy Bill was passed, the lands would not have been vested in the state or the Commissioner of State Lands. The land would have been fully vested in the Tobago House of Assembly. Fully vested. But they worked against it, they undermined it, the bill was not passed. And today we are engaged in an exercise where the lands in question that this Section 5 has described will be vested in the state, and we hope that they collaborate with the counterparts in Tobago to ensure that the lands and the public purpose for which the lands will be utilized for to build a housing development. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about regularization and how it would address some of the issues faced by the people of Tobago. And those are very serious matters, because not only in Tobago, but here in Trinidad, when we do not go through the legal process to properly vest lands that have been impacted by land acquisition orders, many citizens, not only in Tobago, I can tell you, that many citizens in Trinidad are similarly affected and circumstanced. In a lot of the highways that we have constructed, the Point 14 highway of recent vintage, the Curep interchange, all of these highways were constructed by similar orders, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that in the same manner, my colleague from San Juan Barataria indicated a short while ago that persons in Tobago have been affected by not completing the Section 5 order. We have a number of issues in this Trinidad island where a lot of our citizens are similarly circumstanced because, unfortunately, some of the senior officials at the Land Registry, the Commissioner of State Lands, they don't go through the necessary process to complete and to ensure that those lands are properly vested. But my colleague from San Juan Barataria, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping, or Barataria San Juan, thank you for the correction. I was hoping that he would have, for the listening population and the people of Tobago, would have told us whether or not the negotiations between the Commissioner of State Lands and the landowners have been completed, and how much money was paid in compensation, because they have very serious issues. It's over 100 acres of land you're talking about. Very expensive process. And when you reach the Section 5 process in the land acquisition process, in accordance with the Land Acquisition Act, you are also saying that you would have completed your negotiations with the landowner and that you would have paid your compensation and the land can now be vested. I'm asking my colleague from Barataria San Juan to please state for the viewing population and the people of Trinidad and Tobago whether the government or the THA would have paid monies owed and outstanding to the landowners, and how much is that? Very important. I want to also ask my colleague that, seeing that you have reached the stage of Section 5 to vest the land in the Commissioner of State Lands, what is the status of the project? Is the THA about to commence this housing development project? When it is going to start this housing development project in this part of the island? Have you started your public consultation with the people? Because you have now reached a critical stage in this vesting order in the land. Have you commenced your public consultation with the people of Tobago as we have done when we constructed the ANR International Airport? It is a very sensitive matter, because in land acquisition, if we do not take care of some of those public concerns, Mr. Speaker, it creates a lot of angst and a lot of anxiety in the population. So seeing that my colleague is very proud to come to the Parliament to complete this land acquisition process, and as he has indicated, the THA is ready and willing to commence this housing development, please tell us what, when, this housing development, how many housing units you are going to construct, what is the average cost of the housing units, how many persons will be impacted by this development, how far have you reached in this stage, what is the budget? All of these things I was hoping that my colleague would have come and regaled the Parliament with, but he was too distracted talking about the outcome of the THA elections. Too distracted, and what the PNM did and what the PNM did not do. But those are very important things that we expect him to come to the Parliament and account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, as opposed to engaging in old talk. Speak to the people. Don't waste time talking about old politics and what have you, but come with facts and information, because you have reached a critical stage. You have reached a critical stage in the vesting order, and the people of Tobago, especially the people who live in the surrounding areas, will want to know where you have reached in the planning stage for the construction of the homes. Are you going to engage in consultation with them? How is this project going to impact them, as well as whether or not you have the appropriate utility infrastructure so that when you construct those homes, they can have access to reliable electricity. So, Mr. Speaker, I am telling my colleagues that there are a lot of information that we want to know with respect to this project. You have reached a critical part of the land acquisition process where the lands are going to be vested in the state. And as you have said, there's a commitment on the part of the government and the THA to commence this housing project. Tell us more and speak to the people so that pertinent information can be let out, so that the people can understand how this project is going to impact their lives, and tell us what is the price tag for the land acquisition compensation and what is the price tag to commence this project. But, Mr. Speaker, as I told you, this is a process that we are quite familiar with. There's nothing objectionable about it, and as the member said, it started under previous PNM administration, and we in the PNM on the opposition is prepared to continue to support what is good for the people of Tobago. We will serve the people of Tobago, whether it is in opposition or in government. And we will utilize our platform in the opposition to continue to advocate on behalf of the people of Tobago. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
All right. For the accuracy of the public record, I noticed you said typographical. Did you mean to say topographical? I would imagine that's what you meant to say, right?
Mr. Speaker, I've completed my contribution.
Tobago West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this honorable house today on behalf of the people of Tobago West and indeed on behalf of many ordinary Tobagonians whose lives, livelihoods, and future aspirations have been held hostage for far too long by administrative delay, policy inconsistency, and institutional neglect. But before I go on further, I would just like to address a couple things stated by the member for Aruka Lopino. He said that they care about Tobago and they did development projects. I want to remind the former Minister of Public Utilities about the water main that he overseed in Tobago, costing millions of dollars, that water barely fills, that cost us a $20 million fire because they forgot to connect the fire hydrants when they ran that main that he was responsible for. I also want to let the member know, in the anthem there's a part that says, every creed and race find an equal place. And he spoke to this side, this government, having a party run in Tobago and don't speak about elections. But it's clear to show that people in Tobago wanted a Tobago-centric party, a party birthed out of Tobago, and not a party from Trinidad. Because not too long ago, in this same house, you had a former minister who said to me, up here, and she stated, and she went down on her knees, nobody lives here. That is why no longer PNM is not there in Tobago. The member also spoke to the autonomy bill that they brought to the House, and they didn't get support when this side was across there. But the people of Tobago did not want a watered-down bill. We wanted something of substance. But today is more important. It is not merely a debate about land, it is a debate about justice, a debate about dignity. This is a debate about whether development in Tobago will be treated as a national priority or as an afterthought. Because for many years, we have been thought after and decide we will give Tobago some breadcrumbs. But thank God, on the 28th of April 2025, the people of Trinidad and Tobago awoke from their slumber and got rid of those on the other side. Let me give you a bit of historical content. Mr. Speaker, the lands known as the Tobago Race Club have a long and proud history. From the 1930s at Shervan Park, horse racing was a major part of Tobago's sporting and social life. It brought people together, it brought visitors, it brought economic activity. After the destruction of the race course in the 1980s, the Tobago Race Club acquired lands at Cove Estate with the intention of continuing this tradition. But national policy later centralized racing in Trinidad, and Tobago was left behind. Those lands were eventually compulsory acquired for public purposes, alongside significant portions of the Friendship Estate to facilitate housing and settlement development. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget what happened next. When the expansion of the ANR International Airport took place, families were displaced, homes were demolished, livelihoods were disrupted, generations were uprooted. Many of these families were relocated to the Tobago Race Club lands. They came in good faith. They built their homes, they rebuilt their lives, they restarted businesses, but the titles have not yet been placed in their name. But rather, they have received a document from the Chief Administrator of the Tobago House of Assembly so that they could conduct their businesses through the banks so that they can acquire money to start back their livelihood. As their Member of Parliament and as a citizen of Tobago, I worked closely with many of these families during that painful transition. I saw the trauma, I saw the sacrifices, I saw the determination to start again. And I stood proudly with them as the area representative for the electoral district of Bonaccord Crown Point. I stood with them from sunup to sundown, while the then Member of Parliament for Tobago West was going about her business willy-nilly, not caring about the people of Crumstain. You know, she was roaming and bills were high. Mr. Speaker, some of these residents did not only live on these lands, they worked there. They had small shops attached to their homes. They had mechanic garages. They had salons. They had food outlets. They had agro-processing operations. Home and business were one. But today, many of those businesses have collapsed. Why? Not because of lack of effort, not because of lack of skill, not because of lack of ambition, but because they have no proper title. No title means no bank loans, no business financing, no mortgages, no collateral, no insurance, no expansion. They are trapped in informality. And Mr. Speaker, informality is poverty by another name. Mr. Speaker, the root of this injustice lies in the failure to complete Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act. Although the lands were acquired in 2009, although the THA was given possession, although families were settled, although development was encouraged, the final legal vesting was never completed. For years, more than a decade, this represents a serious failure of governance. But thankfully, to this government, led by the member from Siparia, Tobago can see the light of day. Due to this, landowners were underpaid and left waiting. Residents were left insecure. Development was stalled, and Tobago paid the price. Mr. Speaker, portions of the Friendship Estate were acquired under the People's Partnership Administration. But when that administration left office, the process stopped. And there's something I want to say to each and every one of us in here. We must have some form of continuity in governance. If you're on that side, if you're on this side, if something has started where Tobago is concerned, let's support it. Let's ensure that Tobago development takes place. Let's not look at who is in governance. Let's not look at who is in opposition and say, well, I give Tobago this. Let's work together for the greater benefit of the people of Tobago. As a result, Tobago's development slowed. Housing slowed, investment slowed, planning slowed, hope slowed, until the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and the people of Tobago in particular, chose a different path. Mr. Speaker, under the current administration, and with the advocacy of the Tobago People's Party, urgent steps have finally been taken. Cabinet approval has been secured. Presidential declarations have been authorized. The vesting process is moving. This is welcomed, but it is overdue, and it must now be completed without further delay. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the future. The remaining portions of the Friendship Estate represents one of Tobago's greatest development opportunities. This area has been earmarked for a water park, hotels and resorts, agriculture, production, F1 standard racing facilities, a marina, mixed-use tourism villages. This is not speculation. These are real plans, real proposals, real investors are waiting. But none of this can move forward without secure title, without Section 5, without legal certainty. Mr. Speaker, I therefore call directly on the Honorable Minister of Legal Affairs, the member for Barataria Sawa. Minister, Tobago is watching. We urge you to expedite the Section 5 process for the remaining portions of the Friendship Estate. Not next year, not after another election, not after another study. No. Because every month of delay is another month of lost opportunity, another month of frustrated families, another month of stalled development. Mr. Speaker, this issue is not abstract. It is about mothers who cannot borrow to improve their homes. It is about fathers who cannot expand their businesses. It is about young people who cannot inherit secure property. It is about communities that cannot plan for the future. Section 5 is not just a legal formality. It is a bridge to opportunity. It is a gateway to economic empowerment. It is the foundation of intergenerational wealth. Mr. Speaker, Tobago has waited long enough. We have been patient. We have been resilient. We have been cooperative. Now we demand action. The people of Tobago West and Tobago deserve security. They deserve fairness. They deserve development. They deserve respect. Let us finish what was started. Let us regularize these lands. Let us unlock investment. Let us restore livelihoods. Let us give families the dignity of ownership. And let us ensure that Tobago's development is never again sacrificed to political neglect. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Barataria, Sanwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to give the assurance to my colleague from Tobago West that friendship is on our radar. The survey orders has been issued. When the surveys are completed, we will go to Cabinet, and very soon it will see this Parliament as a matter of priority. My friend from Aruka Lopino said that this is a simple and procedural matter. A simple and procedural matter that they could not get done in 10 years. In 10 years. Then he said, talk about all kind of elections and things. Well, they lost local government election, they lost THA election, and they lost general election. And the next local government election, they'll lose that. And then he tries to tie in the autonomy bill with this issue of land acquisition. And I really didn't understand where he was going with it, because that argument is complete rubbish. You see, it's not logical, it's illogical. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the member for Aruka Lopino, who happened to be a legal officer at the Ministry of Works and Transport at that time, where they would have done a lot of these land acquisition matters. And he ought to know how these things happen. I think he was part of the Curep interchange matter with the K-Donna and all kind of thing like that. In Tobago, Mr. Speaker, let's get the process very clear here. The Section 5 will vest the lands from the Tobago Race Club into the state. So it now becomes state lands. The autonomy bill had nothing to do with that. If my friend would bother to look at Section 54 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, it says this: upon the coming into force of this act, A, all lands and other property of every kind located in Tobago vested in the state, except the residences of the President and the Prime Minister, are hereby vested in the Assembly in the right of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So my friend was going with this. When this vesting order is done, the lands will belong to Tobago according to the THA Act. According to the THA Act. The member is misleading the public. We want to tell the people of Tobago, they couldn't get it done. We got it done. And then he spoke about negotiations and whether we completed the negotiations and so on. First, let me correct the record. You don't need to complete negotiations in order to acquire lands. Those things are ongoing. However, in this case, you know when the negotiations were completed, Mr. Speaker? It was finished in 2010. 2010. Do you know when the first check was paid in this matter, Mr. Speaker? It was paid to the Tobago Race Club in July 2014, the sum of $2.7 million. And in September, on the 26th of September 2014, again when a UNC government was in force, the sum of $37.2 million. You all did not pay a single cent in the last 10 years and rack up the interest on the balance of the remaining sum. So don't come here and preach to us, because the hypocrisy that comes from that side, Mr. Speaker, it is now becoming very alarming. They had no interest in bringing this matter to an end. This government, Mr. Speaker, we are taking care of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that be it resolved that the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 be approved. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The motion has thereby been approved.
Bills, second reading.
Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Act, Chapter 460, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that there is an urgent need for action to combat the exponential increase in serious crimes that have plagued our country over the past decade of governance by my friends on the other side. The effects of crime have negatively transformed the entire landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. Between the period 2015 to 2025, violent crimes and homicides have been trending upwards, which contributed to high murder rates reached as high as 625 in 2024. The last decade was characterized by high concentrations of gang violence and gun-related criminal activity across all divisions as categorized by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Statistics obtained from the TTPS database recorded the Northern, Port of Spain, Central and Southern divisions as having high incident rates and crimes such as armed robbery, sexual assault, larceny and burglary, just to name a few. Although there was a temporary decline in crime due to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, there was thereafter a rapid resurgence in the years 2021 to 2024. The statistics obtained from the TTPS database indicate that in relation to serious offenses over the period 2015 to 2025, there was a surge in homicides until a drastic decline in 2025, which can be attributed to the declaration of the state of emergency in July. For instance, in 2015, the number of reported serious crimes stood at over 11,000, which went up to a high of 12,800 in the year 2023. The number of murders went up from 420 in 2015 to a record high of 625 in 2024. However, by the end of 2025, official records showed a major improvement, where there was a 42% decrease in murders and serious offenses compared to previous years. The government brings this bill as part of its legislative package to address the high level of crime. We have introduced law to address home invasion, regulate fireworks, and further reform the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act 2011, which had abolished preliminary inquiries. At the outset, I wish to indicate, Mr. Speaker, and to this Honourable House, that the bill before us today seeks to achieve two main purposes. The first is to provide that an accused must show exceptional circumstances or sufficient cause to justify the granting of bail where an application for bail is made in that regard, and we propose to circulate further amendments regarding Section 55. The second purpose of the bill seeks to empower the court to conduct a bail source hearing to inquire into the legitimacy of the source of the cash or real property used by an accused or his surety to post bail. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Attorney General asked the Law Reform Commission to consider and advise upon the aforementioned issues. The Commission then prepared an advice outlining certain recommendations which have now manifested itself before us in the form of this important piece of legislation, namely the Bail Amendment Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, according to a booklet entitled Information on Bail, a resource for litigants and persons, published by our judiciary in collaboration with the U.S. Department of State Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs and the National Center for State Courts, bail is defined as the temporary release from custody of an accused person charged with a criminal offense, and it is granted on the condition that the accused agrees to reappear in court when he is so required. Mr. Speaker, as most of us are aware, Section 5(2)(f) Roman 3 of our Supreme Law, the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, provides that Parliament may not deprive a person charged with a criminal offense of the right to reasonable bail without just cause. Thus, Parliament has to tread very carefully in passing legislation which seeks to deny someone his liberty. Our Bail Act was enacted, Mr. Speaker, in 1994, and since then there have been 9 amendments, all of which were enacted by special majority pursuant to Section 13(2) of the Constitution. Briefly, the Bail Act provides for circumstances in which bail may be granted or denied. A magistrate may grant bail to a person charged with a summary offence. A magistrate no longer has the power to grant bail for indictable offences. A judge or master is now vested with those powers to grant bail for indictable offences. The Act requires that a judge or master give reasons for their decision to grant or refuse bail. The Act creates a right of appeal to the Court of Appeal from a decision of a judge or master to grant or refuse bail to an accused person. It is to be noted that the Bail Act does not provide a right of appeal in relation to bail matters to our highest appellate court, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. The Bail Amendment Act 2024, Mr. Speaker, and we wish to put on record here that my friends on the other side, in their most recent stint in office, passed that bill, 11 of 24, with our support, as that act required a special majority vote. This 2024 Amendment Act significantly altered the Bail Act by removing murder as a non-bailable offence, requiring accused persons to show exceptional circumstances for bail in serious cases, introducing stricter bail conditions for firearm-related offences and repeat offenders, serious offenders, and establishing a right of appeal to the Court of Appeal against bail decisions made by High Court judges or masters. The purpose of the 2024 Amendment Act was to amend the Bail Act to make provision for the restriction of bail to persons charged with serious offences. The 2024 Amendment Act sought to give effect to the ruling of the Privy Council in the case of Achille Charles and the Attorney General, reported at UKPC 31/2022, by providing that a judge or master may grant bail to a person charged with the offence of murder. Prior to the decision in Achille Charles, it was accepted that murder was a non-bailable offence. The 2024 Amendment Act imposed conditions on the exercise of the court's discretion in granting bail to persons charged with the offence of murder, serious offences listed in Part 2 of the first schedule, and firearm-related offences. Further, the 2024 amendment imposed an enhanced reversal of burden on persons charged with the offence of murder and firearm-related offences to require such persons to show exceptional circumstances to justify the granting of bail. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the 2024 amendment required the Attorney General to review the Act every 5 years after its commencement. Now, Mr. Speaker, I now propose to move on to the twin purposes of the Act. And the first purpose of the bill is to make it undoubtedly clear on the Section 5.5 issue that when applying for bail for murder, an accused is required to show exceptional circumstances or sufficient cause, as the case may be, and to justify the granting of bail. This is achieved by Clause 5 of the bill, to which I would return. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to clarify an issue relating to Section 5.5 of the Act that emerged with the passage of the 2024 Amendment Act, which, as I earlier said, was passed unanimously with our support, whilst my friends on the other side were in government. The concept that an accused for capital and other serious offences is required to prove exceptional circumstances has a very recent history. In the case of Achille Charles, the Privy Council held that judges of the High Court always had and continue to have jurisdiction to grant bail for the offence of murder at common law. Prior to the ruling, the offence of murder was regarded as a non-bailable offence by virtue of Section 5 of the Bail Act and Part 1 of the first schedule to the Act. Following the board's rulings, persons charged with the offence of murder exercised the right to apply to a judge for bail. Section 5 of the Act, as of July 2024, provides that the court may grant bail for inter alia murder only if exceptional circumstances are shown by the accused. The court may also grant bail for indictable offences and for either way offences, but not for an offence listed in Part 1 of the first schedule. An offence triable either way is an offence tried either summarily before a magistrate or indictably before a judge of the High Court. But bail should not be granted if the accused is charged with offences in Part 2 of the first schedule or he has a previous conviction punishable by 10 or more years imprisonment within the last 10 years, or a pending charge for an offence in Part 2 unless sufficient cause is shown. Further, bail cannot be granted if the accused is charged with an offence under Section 6 of the Firearms Act and has a pending firearm-related charge or charge for a Part 2 offence involving use or possession of firearms, imitation firearms, or prohibited weapons, unless exceptional circumstances are shown. With respect to Section 5.5, it is noted that this section of the Bail Act does not expressly state that where an application for bail is made under that section, an accused is required to show exceptional circumstances or sufficient cause, as the case may be, to justify the grant of bail. This subsection deals with cases where no evidence is taken within 180 days of the charge being read, or the trial is not completed within 1 year thereafter, and consequently, the accused is allowed to apply for bail in these circumstances. The lack of clarity in this subsection has resulted in our High Court delivering conflicting interpretations of Section 5.5 in relation to the issue of whether an accused has the burden to justify bail at the enhanced standard of proof as required by Section 5.2a, 3, or 4. These provisions were all introduced in the 2024 Amendment Act. I now go on to refer to some of the, briefly, some of the judgments, conflicting judgments on these issues. Firstly, the case of Jamal Mohammed Khan, Criminal High Court Bill 715 of 2022-1, where Lady Justice Nalini Singh ruled on 13 December 2024 that the accused was not required to show exceptional circumstances under Section 5.5. The other cases being Terrell Tony and others, a judgment of Lady Justice Gonzales, which showed the opposite, that the accused was required to show exceptional circumstances, and the case of Marvin Matura and the state judgment of Hudlin Cooper J., which said that the burden to show exceptional circumstances remained with the accused. Mr. Speaker, in the Khan case, for example, the court found that once either of the two conditions stated in 5.5 are satisfied, the accused may apply for bail, and furthermore, that this subsection provides an opportunity for an accused to apply for bail after the statutory time frame stated therein had expired. The court opined that paragraph 19, applying a number of rules of statutory interpretation, including the plain and literal rules of statutory interpretation, that Section 5.5 does not include nor refer to any requirement for exceptional circumstances, as the language used is clear, explicit, and unequivocal as compared to Section 5.2. That much is clear from a reading of the section. Further, at paragraph 20, the court was of the view that Section 5.5 creates a distinct and separate statutory entitlement to apply for bail without imposing the burden of proving exceptional circumstances. The court opined that had the legislature intended to require exceptional circumstances under 5.5, it would have explicitly included that language as it did in Section 5.2 and other such sections. Hence, the court reasoned that the omission of exceptional circumstances in 5.5 appeared to be intentional and deliberate. Thus, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that as a Parliament, we make a decision, and I'll get to the three options as to where we go with respect to Section 5.5. But at this juncture, permit me to make reference to what happened in 2024 when the Bail Amendment Act was piloted in the House by the then government, now opposition. At that time, the now opposition, then government, had at its disposal at least 8 lawyers. Firstly, the then Attorney General, Reginald Amor, Senior Counsel, the former Attorney General, now Senator Faris Al-Rawi, Senior Counsel, the former Attorney General, member for Trinity Maloney, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, a Senior Counsel, the member for Port of Spain South, another Senior Counsel, the member for Aruca Lopino, the then member for Labantil West, the member for Arima. 8 lawyers, 3 former Attorneys General, 4 Senior Counsel, and not one of them failed to grasp the obvious lacunae in the law, even though it was staring them right in their faces. Basic concepts of criminal law and legislative drafting escaped each and every one of them, all 8. It took the member for Barataria San Juan to point it out to them during committee stage, and they still failed to address it, with the resultant confusion which now takes place in the courts, with one set of judges choosing to follow the erudite learning captured in the ruling of Lady Justice Nalini Singh and Jamal Muhammad Khan, and 2 other judges taking a different approach. If I may be permitted, later on in the proceedings, I will read from both judgments. Mr. Speaker, I now move on to the second main purpose of the bill, which is to empower a court to conduct a bail source hearing to determine the legitimacy of the source of the cash or real property that is used to post or secure bail by an accused or his surety, respectively. The intention of this amendment is to aid the government in its fight against money laundering and related illicit activities. This is part of the package of crime legislation the government has planned in its legislative agenda. The proposal to inquire into the source of funds for bail is not unique in this jurisdiction. There are numerous acts which already seek to promote transparency and accountability in financial affairs. If I can briefly make reference to some, the Proceeds of Crime Act 1127, the Real Estate Agents Act, Act 12 of 2020, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act 2019, Act number of 2019, and finally the Non-Profit Organizations Act 2019, Act number 7 of 19. So, Mr. Speaker, moving along, the Law Reform Commission, in accordance with its methodology when undertaking a law reform project, examined legislation globally and found that the United States of America had feasible models which can guide us in this regard. Notably, the Commission researched the respective bail legislation in a number of countries regionally, including Jamaica, St. Lucia, Dominica, Guyana, Cayman Islands, Belize, and Bermuda, but found that there was no similar legislation to that of the models found in the United States. Furthermore, in the international domain, the Commission took research, including the bail legislation of New Zealand, Australia, the United Kingdom, Canada, and South Africa, and also found no similar provisions that speak to the concept of a bail source hearing. In essence, Mr. Speaker, the Commission examined the relevant bail legislation in a number of countries, but noted that the USA is the only country that has legislation providing the court with a power to conduct a hearing to inquire into the source of funds that are used to post bail for an accused, whether it is provided by the accused or a surety, and whether it is cash or real property. In the United States, legislation exists both at the federal level and state level. As a consequence, the US legislation was used as a model for the second part of the bill. In summary, and with regard to the second purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker, a bail source hearing can be conducted for all offences where bail is granted in the sum of $30,000 or more, and the accused or the surety has brought cash or has presented a certified copy of a deed to secure bail. In arriving at the 30,000 cash figure, the Commission gave credence to the average salary of public and private sector employees and employers and a number of other factors. After conducting this new type of bail hearing, if the court is satisfied that the cash presented to post bail or the real property used to secure bail may have been derived from illegal activities, the court may deny bail to the accused. The bill also places an evidential burden of proof on the accused or the surety to show that the cash or real property was derived from legitimate sources, and the standard of proof required would be the civil standard, which is on a balance of probabilities. The burden of proof is clearly reversed. This is not unconstitutional, as in essence, permission is given by Section 5(2)(f)(1) of the Republican Constitution. And further, the reversal of burdens in relation to bail is a normal feature in bail legislation in a number of Commonwealth jurisdictions, including England, Australia, Canada, South Africa, and New Zealand. And this is also a feature in India by virtue of Section 35 of the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act 1985, and there is guidance from the Indian Supreme Court in the case of Noor Agha and the state of Punjab, 2008. If I may be permitted to go through, Mr. Speaker, a clause-by-clause analysis of the bill. Clause 1 to 3 speaks to preliminary matters. Due consideration was given to an accused's constitutional rights and freedoms under Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution, in particular the right of an accused not to be deprived of his liberty under Section 4A, the right to reasonable bail, and to be presumed innocent under 5(2)(f) of the Constitution. Clause
Minister,
4 of the bill.
can I just, I did not want to believe someone has a phone and playing it. Whoever has that phone and it's coming on and playing a video with the sound up, kindly turn it off, please, because the next time I'm hearing it, if I can identify the member, I'm going to ask them to leave the chamber. Thank you very much. Continue, Minister. I'm sorry.
Clause 4 of the bill seeks to amend Section 3 of the Act to introduce a definition of what is a bail source hearing. In this context, I wish to put on record that a bail source hearing is defined as an inquiry conducted by a court either on its own motion or at the request of the prosecution with a view to determining whether the source of cash or real property used by the accused or the surety to secure bail was derived from legitimate means. Clause 5 seeks to amend Section 5 of the Act to now make it undoubtedly clear that where Section 5(5) applies, an accused is required to show exceptional circumstances or sufficient cause, as the case may be, to justify the grant of bail. Clause 6 of the bill seeks to provide the court with a power to deny bail to an accused in relation to all offences if, after having completed a bail source hearing, the court is satisfied that the source of the cash or real property used by the accused or the surety to secure bail was derived from illegitimate means. Clause 7 of the bill seeks to insert a new Section 6B into the Bail Act, and this clause provides for a court to conduct a bail source hearing in instances where the accused or a surety attempts to post bail in cash at a minimum amount of $30,000 or secure bail by providing a certified copy of a deed. Clause 7 also provides that the burden of establishing the source of cash as legitimate rests on the surety or the accused. Provision is also made for the person proffering cash to post or secure bail to request the court to conduct the bail source hearing in camera. And finally, a duty of confidentiality is imposed on persons who are privy to the financial information of an accused or surety, and also creates an offence for the unlawful dissemination of such financial information. Clause 8 of the bill seeks to amend Clause 16.2 of the Act to include the source of the cash or real property used by a surety to post or secure bail for the accused as a factor for the court to have regard to in considering whether a proposed surety is suitable. Lastly, Clause 9 of the bill seeks to amend the statutory declaration to be completed by a surety to now stipulate that the surety declares that the source of the cash or real property used to post or secure bail for the accused were derived from legitimate means. The statutory declaration is set out in the second schedule of the Bail Act, and those who practice criminal law would know that making a statement known to be false or one you do not believe to be true amounts to a criminal offense. If I may be permitted to go on to the constitutional issues, Mr. Speaker, now, it may be argued that the bill may potentially interfere with the right of the individual to liberty and to the enjoyment of property, Section 4A rights, and the right of the individual to respect for his private and family life, Section 4C, the freedom of movement, 4G, and the right to reasonable bail without just cause, 5 to F Roman numeral 3 of the Constitution. However, notwithstanding the above, Mr. Speaker, I am certain that even if any of these amendments to the Act might, and I stress might, infringe a right, I am of the opinion that such infringement is reasonable and proportionate in light of the cases of Sturge versus the Attorney General 2022, UK PC 26, and Surratt and the Attorney General 2007, UK PC 55. Mr. Speaker, the Law Reform Commission, in its advice, assessed the potential impact or infringement that the proposed amendments might potentially have on the right to reasonable bail without just cause and the other rights previously referred to. Mr. Speaker, the Commission notes that as a general principle and as the rule of law requires, open justice is universal, and as such, court hearings in relation to the bail source hearings are generally viewed in public. Of course, provisions are made so that these things are done in camera. To add reasonableness and proportionality to the proposed amendments and to possibly prevent a breach of right to privacy, the bill allows for a bail source hearing, as I said, to be done in camera. Also, there's a duty of confidentiality placed on court officers and other officers who become seized and possessed of the surety's financial information. Thirdly, the creation of a criminal offense for breach of that duty of confidentiality is a further safeguard. At this juncture, it is important to note, as evidenced in the Achille Charles case, that legislation enacted with a Section 13 majority is not immune from being struck down by the courts on the basis that it is inconsistent with the fundamental rights set out in 4 and 5 of the Constitution, or that limitations to those rights are not proportionate to the objectives being pursued. In the Sturge case, the Privy Council, having upheld the constitutionality of the COVID-19 regulations, the court went on to provide a definite ruling on the interpretation of Section 13 and the special majority requirement. In doing so, the Privy Council affirmed its earlier position in Surratt, where Baroness Hale opined that not every legislation that infringed a fundamental right set out in Sections 4 and 5 required a special majority, as long as it pursued a legitimate aim and was proportionate. The essential learning from the Sturge case is that Parliament has a choice to either enact legislation with a simple or special majority. And where legislation infringes a fundamental right, its constitutionality will be upheld once it satisfies a proportionality test. On the other hand, where Parliament acknowledges that legislation significantly restricts fundamental rights, it may choose to enact legislation in accordance with Section 13. The Privy Council explained that where legislation infringes fundamental rights and are enacted by a simple majority, the threshold for justifying the limitation will be higher on the government. On the other hand, where legislation is passed with a special majority under Section 13, the Court will afford greater deference to the balance struck by Parliament between the restriction of an individual's fundamental rights and the interests of the community as a whole, with the Privy Council acknowledging that judges are not equipped to make certain decisions which are better suited to be made by elected officials who act under advice of technocrats and experts and based on data and evidence. Again, in Achille Charles, the Privy Council noted that the proportionality test to be applied in the context of Section 13 is that which reflects the modern conventional approach to issues of proportionality, which involves asking in relation to a measure, one, whether its objective is sufficiently important to justify the limitation of a fundamental right, whether it is rationally connected to the objective, whether a less intrusive measure could have been used, and whether, having regard to these matters and to the severity of the consequences, a fair balance has been struck between the rights of the individual and the interests of the community. Mr. Speaker, now, the case of Sturge makes it clear that Parliament has a choice between special or simple majority legislation. As mentioned above, special majority legislation may be afforded greater deference to the balance struck by the Parliament between individual rights and the interests of the community. If the bill is enacted by a simple majority, however, the threshold on the state to justify the restriction will be higher. However, legislation will be presumed to be constitutional until it is shown not to be reasonably justifiable. In Surat, the Privy Council indicated that the burden of proving that a law is unconstitutional falls on the challenger to the legislation and that the burden is a heavy one. It must be noted, however, that despite the burden resting on the challenger, the state must be able to show that the restrictions to fundamental rights is reasonably justifiable. And the case of Morgan and Attorney General 1987 is important in this regard. The approach taken by the Privy Council is what we use in terms of the proportionality and whether the provisions are reasonably justifiable. Mr. Speaker, we have considered the matter, and we are of the view that the proposed measures in this bill will not amount to a significant infringement on the right to bail, and thus that the bill should be enacted without special majority support. Mr. Speaker, we are stating this at the outset. There's precedent for it, Mr. Speaker, and I can simply go in recent times to the former Attorney General who piloting pieces of legislation when it became apparent to him during committee stage that the vote would not go his way, he simply removed the clause which sought to require the special majority. This was done at committee stage. We are indicating at the outset. We are not hiding. And I'm told this precedent, this is something which was done by the former Attorney General, not once, not twice, but at least thrice. More, I'm being told. And again, when he realized that he would not be getting his way. I am of the view, Mr. Speaker, that these clauses do not require a 3/5 majority. I am of the view that the bill seeks to achieve a legitimate aim. The measures are reasonable, justifiable, and necessary. And quite apart from Clause 5, the other clauses of the bill seek to ensure compliance with CFATF requirements. Those who, in any event, those who practice in the criminal justice system know all too well that with respect to cash bail, many times persons seeking to obtain bail using cash bail have done so by illegitimate means. This is a problem that we have seen. It's a problem that is gang-related, from gangs such as the Six and the 7, and we are not going to be thwarted by the 6 or the 7, or as we learned this week, the 8. Mr. Speaker, we all know, those who practice in the criminal justice system, we all know that for the last 10 years, clerks of the peace and magistracy registrars have employed different mechanisms to deal with the issue of cash suspected to be the proceeds of illicit activity. We all remember too frequently when magistracy registrars and clerks of the peace would ask the surety to, in essence, show the source of funds, a withdrawal from a bank, and when the withdrawal is made, to bring the bank statement and to show that it was not simply a deposit into a withdrawal, but to show that there was a bank balance over a continuous period of about 6 months. These things were done only by the clerks of the peace and the magistracy registrars. It could not have been done by the magistrates. They, being creatures of statute, did not have the statutory power to embark upon such proceedings. As I come to a close, Mr. Speaker, yes. As I come to a close, with respect to Section 5.5 of the Bail Act, and if we focus on the erudite judgment of Lady Justice Nalini Singh, it is quite clear that we have at this stage 3 options. 1, the option referred to in the bill, the option which can be found at Clause 5B, which seeks to amend 5.5. The second option is simply to go to Section 5.2 and remove the opening words subject to subsections 3, 4, and 5, 6, and 8, and start the section with a judge or master may grant bail once you show exceptional circumstances, as in letter A. The third option, and which we expect to hear some reasoned discussion during debate and committee stage, the third option is to remove Section 5.5 entirely, simply because Section 5.5, as Justice Singh ably showed, in essence, in 5.5 it created a very different system. So in 5.5, if you are charged and 180 days had passed without the trial being started, or after the trial started, it has not been completed within a stipulated time, a year, then you had an entitlement to apply for bail, and the very act, the very subsection 5, made no reference whatsoever to the requirement of exceptional circumstances. That would apply to 90% of persons charged with murder, many of whom have been in custody for over 10 years. The 5.2a, of course, is the flat blanket requirement that if you wish to apply for bail shortly after charge and you are not yet within the 180 days stipulated in 5.5 or the 1 year stipulated in 5.5, the only way you can access bail is if you can show exceptional circumstances. As Justice Singh said, in essence, what's the use of having a 5.5 if all bails require exceptional circumstances? It makes Section 5.5 otiose, and we look forward to a discussion on the 3 options and which we think might be best to clear up the confusion. We are aware that because of the conflicting rulings on this issue, that the Court of Appeal sometime soon may rule on it, but we all know that sometimes matters are set to be heard and then adjourned. And in any event, even if heard, sometimes, many times, one has to wait sometimes a year or more for a ruling, so that we seek to bring some clarity to that bit of legislation with the passage of this bill and not wait on the ruling of the Court of Appeal. If I can with the limited time I have, very briefly, if I can find it, go into the judgment of Jamal Mohammed Khan and make reference, because this was, in essence, touched upon. The state sought to use the Hansard and the discussion in the committee stage to justify its approach. Now, at 41, if I can read from the judgment, that being said, the court must also grapple with this exchange that occurred between the Attorney General and Minister Hosein. That's in the judgment. So, of course, the judge was being entirely prescient and predicting that then opposition member Saddam Hussein would be a minister. And directly relevant to the matter at hand, it says, they asked the Attorney General whether bail applies in all circumstances. He started off by saying, no, that is not correct. Not before the judge entertains it on the application. Mr. Hosein, he has to show exceptional circumstances. Our more senior counsel, not before he makes the application. Mr. Hosein, and that is within 180 days. If the 180 days expires, then does he have to show exceptional circumstances also? Amo, the answer to that is yes. So during the 180 days, and after the 180 days, he still has to show exceptional circumstances? The answer is yes. And Justice Nalini Singh, in essence, opined, well, what would be the use of Section 5.5 if for all bails you have to show exceptional circumstances? So, at paragraph 42, I know my time is short, 2 more minutes. The Attorney General's, the judge found that the Attorney General's response, that's Amo, to Member of Parliament Hosein's query was ambiguous and internally inconsistent. And when you read it, you realize that the then Attorney General had not a clue what he was speaking of. It took one little man from Sawa Barataria to demolish 8 lawyers from the opposition, 4 of them silk, 3 of them former Attorney Generals. The judge went on, and the Attorney General's response to the query was ambiguous and internally inconsistent, and it has now led to uncertainty regarding the application of bail provisions for persons charged with murder. Initially, the Attorney General indicated that exceptional circumstances must be shown within and after the 180-day period for bail application to succeed. This position suggests that the 180-day time frame has no meaningful impact on the standard for granting bail, thereby calling into question the legislative purpose of the time limit, meaning it was a complete and utter waste of time, that exercise on that day. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the offerings of the many silks on that side, the many former Attorney Generals on that side, as we seek, as elected representatives and not selected representatives in Queen's Park or in Ivory Towers, as we seek to make good legislation that targets only the most dangerous offenders and seeks to protect all of the law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We look forward to that collaborative approach. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Act, Chapter 460, be now read a second time. Member for Port of Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member looks for collaboration and yet hurls insults.
Exactly.
But what strikes me though, and I want to say from the outset when I deal with the first section, I declare an interest that in Terrell, Tony, and Jonathan Phillip, I argued before Justice Gail Gonzales. I'm wondering if the honourable member who tried to regale us with lectures informed this House that for the case Jamal Mohammed Khan, he argued on behalf of the accused in that matter. He quoted extensively, Mr. Speaker, and didn't just say that out of principle, just plain old principle. But that being said, there's a lot to focus here on, and I want to focus on it. This opposition, under the leadership of Ms. Penelope Beckers-Robinson, we member for REMA, we will support any legislation that we consider is in the best interest of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we will demonstrate this by our approach to this bill. This bill has two objections. The first one is the Section 5.5 correction, but the second one, Mr. Speaker, is the sufficiency hearing for relative to that bail bond, and that is an issue. Relative to the first one, Mr. Speaker, under the Bail Amendment Act 2024, a person charged with murder is ordinarily required to demonstrate the existence of exceptional circumstances in order to be granted bail under Section 5.2a. The requirement applies to bail applications made from the outset. However, Section 5.5 of that Act created a distinct and separate statutory entitlement to apply for bail where no evidence was taken in 180 days or the case is not completed within 1 year. And notably, Section 5.5 does not impose any requirement that the applicant demonstrated exceptional circumstances. The court is in flux at first instance. There's a ruling in Jamal Mohammed Khan, there's a ruling in Terrell, Tony and Jonathan Phillip on another matter, and all of that is now before the Court of Appeal. What is happening here is we're removing that burden from the Court of Appeal as what is being attempted to do. And what really happened in the ruling delivered by Madam Justice Nalini Singh is that the Honorable Judge accepted the principle of generalia specialibus non derogat and said that, the rule against surplusage all supports the conclusion that 5.5 operated independently from 5.2a. The proposed amendment is intended to clarify Section 5.5 and put and make it abundantly clear that for any application as it relates to bail, you must show exceptional circumstances and sufficient cause. The position of this side is that amendment is really confirmatory rather than corrective, and in that regard, there is support for that aspect because that's a universal concept. We cannot in any good conscience and without any juridical basis object to that aspect of the bill. The effect of the amendment really expressly links 5 to subsections 2, 3, 4, and the burden remains on the accused, and exceptional circumstances and sufficient cause must be shown, and that, Mr. Speaker, as a responsible opposition, we can have no objection to. That is why we are a party of 70 years, 10. And as the Chief Whip said, Mr. Speaker, we don't go on proxies, When we go to Tobago, we go as a party and we show ourselves. We don't stand on slogans. And when we come here today, we say to the honorable member from Lebre that no, not just Tobago West, the mover of this bill, Toko Sangre Grande, we know bail is not a privilege. We start on the premise that bail is a constitutional right. Mr. Speaker, you would know that the learning says that it is rooted not merely in statute, but in the deepest tradition of the English common law, absorbed in the tapestry of our local and legal system at independence, protected by Section 4 of the Constitution, and reinforced by international human rights organization instruments, which Trinidad and Tobago has bound itself to. The purpose of bail is simple, it is ancient, and it is sacred. It is to preserve the presumption of innocence and to ensure that the accused attends to his hearing. In Trinidad and Tobago, my last check, a citizen is, until proven guilty, innocent, and not innocent until they can prove where the money that they're accessing bail coming from. That is not the intent of our legal system, but that is the intent of this piece of legislation that has been brought to this Parliament. At common law, bail exists for one purpose only, Mr. Speaker, to secure the attendance at the trial of an accused person. It is not designed to punish. It is not designed to investigate crime. It is not designed to seize property. It's not designed to test moral and financial pedigree and privilege. It is simple to ensure that when your case is called on the next occasion, that you appear in court and the surety or whoever took your bail undertakes to do that. The principle was laid down centuries ago and reflected in the jurisprudence, not just our court, but in the Privy Council, and particularly the issue with the bail source hearing gives us grave concern. This amendment introduces a new and novel approach to law in Trinidad and Tobago, and we say that it's a dangerous creature, and that dangerous creature is the bail source hearing. We oppose this legislative proposal, and we oppose it because we are prepared to defend the constitutional inheritance that is older than our republic. It is older than this Parliament. It is older even than the written constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is the right of the citizen to liberty until and unless guilt is proven. Under this scheme, a lot was said. I saw the honourable mover of the motion reading from a lectern. But when a person offers $30,000 in cash or presents real property to secure bail, the court must conduct a financial inquiry into the origin of that money. The burden is not placed on the state, but the burden is placed on the citizen to prove legitimacy. If the court is not satisfied, then bail can be refused, not because the person would abscond, not because of the seriousness of the offense, not because of the antecedents of the accused, but because you cannot prove that the $30,000 or the court is not satisfied, not because the accused is dangerous, not because the accused is a flight risk, not because the accused will interfere with witnesses, but because there is some query to $30,000, Mr. Speaker, and the person goes and languishes in jail. And what happens in reality? What happens in reality? The honourable member did not go down into the nitty-gritties. A person is in police custody. You are arrested. Your charge is given to you. You appear either before a JP, if it's station bail, but appear before a master. When you appear before a master, the court assesses the Section 6.2 criteria: likelihood of absconding, interfering with witnesses, danger to the public, if at all you have antecedents, and seriousness of the offense. That is what happens now. What the government is intended to do now is to insert another criteria. Well, let's see where the bail source hearing is. But what will happen in reality? Mr. Speaker, when you appear and there's an issue, let's say to your tracing, the court has the power to give you two weeks remand. So you are charged with 800 grams of marijuana. You have a surety that comes forward with a deed. The state says, well, it's mandatory. You have to inquire into the deed. You go in jail for 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, for that to happen, for a charge of 800 grams of marijuana, because somebody has come with a deed to secure your bail, and they expect us to support this legislation. 2 weeks in jail, that's the first instance. Mr. Speaker, how long will it take an inquiry into the legitimacy of a deed? The search title. The state will have to go and do their investigation. The court will have to conduct a voir dire. The person who's bringing the surety will have to testify. They have to be cross-examined. The state will have to go and investigate the story told and where the deed came from and do all this title search. That's 120 days gone there already. And the person languishes, Mr. Speaker. And what about the attendant cost to that? We say that this legislation, it is as disproportionate as it comes. Because if the mischief is to cure an existing issue as to cash and the predominance where this cash came from, there are alternatives to do that. In this regard, from the outset, we say, if you want our support, amend. Take us to a JSC. Let us interrogate the issues. Let us collaborate in a meaningful way where we can bring something to the table that will assist and bring the balance of meeting your international obligations, but also securing the right of the citizen to bail. This is not bail, you know. What this produces is a pre-trial asset investigation disguised as a bail application. Our courts have already rejected this model. Mr. Speaker, all legislation, and particularly this legislation, must not be seen in a vacuum. And you would recall the seminal case of Mandata Singh and the state. Criminal Appeal number 66 of 1988. And Justice of Appeal Sharma, as he then was, said that it will be tyrannical to deny liberty on the basis of extraneous principles rather than settled law. If you recall in this case, Mr. Speaker, it was bail pending appeal. So the bail was, listen, the person who applied for bail was convicted. In that case, therefore, the burden was reversed because it is the person now to show that he had good prospects of success, that if it is he remains in jail, his appeal would have run out, so he would have served his time, and therefore his freedom was necessary. But this is what Chief Justice of Appeal Sharma and Chief Justice had to say about bail and its meaning in law in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm reading from Mandata Singh now. A judge in granting bail, whether it be pre-trial or post-conviction, has a discretion, but it is not unfettered. He must not act idiosyncratically or arbitrarily, for then he would be autocratic and tyrannical. He must not act gratuitously and impose upon himself any principle which is extraneous to settled principles of law, no matter the temptation. But he went further. He said, the court is not a representative body of the public. Its judgments are not supposed to represent the popular will of the majority. Plain and simple. It is rather the custodian of tradition, the upholder of truth. The majority may, for emotional reasons, believe that the citizen is not entitled to bail because he or she is guilty of some foul or heinous crime and wish him or her to be accordingly punished by taking away his freedom. But if the courts adhere to that, it will not be doing its duty. It must not adhere to the will of the majority. Let the citizen go free. This is the Court of Appeal speaking about bail when somebody is convicted. This in Trinidad and Tobago, and it has not been overturned by the Privy Council in all its judgments. It was not overturned by the Privy Council, Mr. Speaker, and let me get the cases. This dicta was not overturned in Akili Charles. In fact, it may have been upheld. It was not overturned in Devindranath Hernam. In fact, it may have actually been enforced and reinforced in Trinidad and Tobago. So this piece of legislation, as was read from the podium, presents some serious jurisprudential issues. And I am humbled today and filled with pride that the people of Port of Spain South have given me the opportunity to speak, not just on their behalf, but on behalf of the entire of Trinidad and Tobago, to send a warning about where we are going with this piece of legislation as it relates to the bail source hearing. Mr. Speaker, Justice Stanley John, as he then was, in the celebrated case of Felicia Constantine, made it pellucidly clear that bail before trial is not a matter of wealth, status, or suspicion, but of risk. Let me repeat. Justice Stanley John, in the case of Felicia Constantine, never overruled, never overturned by the Court of Appeal, made it pellucidly clear that bail before trial is not a matter of wealth, status, or suspicion, but of risk, and said that the prosecution must demonstrate that the accused is likely to abscond, interfere with witnesses, or endanger the public. Where those risks are not proven, liberty must follow. And he said that the purpose of bail is to ensure that the person, the accused person, attends court. This piece of legislation, I warn, is a radical departure from the law as we know it. It treats unconvicted citizens as though they are already guilty, requiring them and their families to prove financial innocence before liberty is granted. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue. It requires the person, a brother is in jail, a brother has a family deed, and say, here I bring a deed for my brother to take him out. This is my brother, my name on the deed. It requires that brother to prove his financial innocence before the accused person is released on bail. This is constitutionally backwards. Mr. Speaker, I do not care about 3/5, 2/5, 3/4 majority. I care about bail and the institutional right of bail for citizens who will now be placed in an unenvious position relative to accessing bail in circumstances of minor offenses. Here is why. Because the legislation speaks about any offense. It doesn't separate summary offenses from indictable offenses. It doesn't separate hybrid offenses from minor offenses. And in any matter, a master can set bail of $30,000, or a person can come with a deed to say, I would like to stand as a surety for this person for them to come out, or the prosecution could say, we would require a bail source inquiry. In all three of those circumstances, the liberty of a person who has the presumption of innocence means that they go to jail. These, and Mr. Speaker, we say before conviction, the state must justify detention. That is our mantra on this side of the House. After conviction, the prisoner must justify release, as Justice Beard would have said. This bill obliterates the structure. It turns it on its head, Mr. Speaker, and there are serious concerns with this. Also, I raised the issue, and it's a serious issue, of the doctrine of separation of powers. I noticed that that was totally ignored by the speaker that went before. The bill, to our and to my simple mind, corrupts the constitutional role of the judiciary. Judges exist as the umpires. Mr. Speaker, you like the cricket analogy. The umpire there, the combatants 21 yards away from each other, and they adjudicate on disputes and not to conduct financial investigations. The legislation turns the court into forensic accounting tribunals, requiring judges or masters to interrogate private wealth, trace funds, and assess legitimacy when there's already a structure in place to do that. And we say it may run afoul. It may run afoul, Mr. Speaker, of the concept of separation of power. It is not judging. It is policing. It is accounting. It violates and compromises judicial neutrality. financial privacy concerns, we understand that there are confidentiality clauses inside of the bill. But we say that the bill forces normal, law-abiding citizens to disclose deeply private financial information under the threat of imprisonment if bail is refused. This coerced self-incrimination policy is incrimination by proxy. It also exposes third parties, family members, business partners, community supporters to investigation without a charge. Let us say for one moment that a young man is charged and the community decides they will come forward and somebody will, as a guardian, propose themselves as a surety with a deed. Immediately, that person is investigated because the legislation is mandatory. We say that the confidentiality clauses do not cure this, and secret violation of rights are still violations, you know. It's just violation in secret. That's all it is. Now, there is, and I thought that maybe to convince this side in a meaningful dialogue that there would be empirical justification for this piece of legislation. Some sort of facts would have been brought to us to show, well, over the years, X amount of persons took bail and they were investigated by the FIU and found to be wanting, or X amount of persons turned as a deed. And what would have required this piece of legislation? Up to now, we have not been told what the administrative arrangements are going to be, how they're going to handle it. Say what they wish. It is under PNM government that 13 masters were introduced to the High Court. That you had one building across there for criminal, one building down at the waterfront for civil matters. That was under PNM government. But the masters are overburdened. They have to deal with bail. They have to deal with sufficiency hearing. They have to deal also, Mr. Speaker, with their relevant trials and the relevant other matters that come before them. Where is the support? Where is the support now that will enable them to do this exercise and verification of source of funds? Mr. Speaker, let me go back to the lack of empirical justification. Any curtailment of liberty, particularly this sort of curtailment of liberty, must be evidence-based. We were regaled by the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, was one iota of evidence presented to you, presented to the public of Trinidad and Tobago to show the lacuna, to show the justification? One? Nothing was presented. No published government data that shows that bail money in Trinidad and Tobago is systematically derived from criminal sources. No report that shows that bail is being abused as a money laundering mechanism and scheme. No statistic that links bail funds to flight risk or crime. Where is the data? Let me try, in the little time that I have, Mr. Speaker, to present some data to the public. We know from official information published in the Ministry of National Security between 2018 and 2023, some 13,800 people were granted bail for serious offenses. For example, in 2022, over 2,400 persons were granted bail for serious offenses. In 2023, over 2,000 persons were similarly released. Among those granted bail were people accused of murder, shooting, and other egregious offenses. It shows that bail is widely and routinely granted, even in very serious cases. What the statistics do not tell us is that the source of bail and the money or the deed used are illegitimate. What it shows us is that persons were charged and persons were granted bail. There's no data to show that in the granting of bail, in the representation of either cash bail or a deed, that there was some illegitimate causality between the presenting of the surety or the deed and criminal activity and the person accessing bail. Where is the empirical data? It tells us nothing about whether the bail funds came from illegal activities, 6, 7, 8, or 9. None. None, Mr. Speaker. Whether sureties absconded, whether any prosecutions have ever traced bail funds back to criminal sources. Has there been one case where someone who took bail, their source of funds was traced back to criminal activity and they were prosecuted or even charged in Trinidad and Tobago? I don't know of it. None has been presented, Mr. Speaker. There's a serious issue here. Secondly, and this is a point that I wish to bring to your attention and the attention of Trinidad and Tobago as we debate this very serious bill. International prison data shows that Trinidad and Tobago has a very high remand population, with about 60% of prisoners detained before conviction. So as we speak, 60% of the remand population are persons detained before conviction. This is a valid concern for criminal justice reform, but it does not establish that bail money is being abused. Rather, it reflects a systematic issue in the justice process: backlog, delays in trial, administrative constraints, and it shows the inefficiency of the system. And it is not evidence, is the most important point, that bail funds are originating from criminal enterprises. What this will do, Mr. Speaker, in the time that the person who applied for bail has to wait for bail until the determination of the bail source hearing, they will overpopulate the prison, they will overpopulate the detention centers. That is all that will happen. And that is a concern for the criminal justice system. You have to remember the workload of these inquirers, the masters of the court. Where are they going to find the time? And most importantly, apart from having to find the resources to retain counsel, they now have to retain counsel to do financial matters as it relates to bail, apart from the normal application, and you use your cases and you say no previous convictions, no pending matters, or no $30,000 and no criminal source of funds, Mr. Speaker. That will it will augment cost as it relates to persons being able to properly defend themselves. And the first step in any matter has to be that the person charged must access bail and their liberty because of the presumption of innocence. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, agencies that monitor financial crime, like the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, focus on suspicious transactions and anti-money laundering compliance. But there's no publicly available data from these agencies that link bail deposits to identify instances of money laundering or financial crime. Where is the data from the FIU that shows that when people take bail and they present cash bail or even a deed, that these are the proceeds of crime? Mr. Speaker, I do require extra 15 minutes. It means then, Mr. Speaker, that the bill's assumption is not based on any proof, but it is based on something that is occult in the sense that it's hidden and has not been presented to us. We have already put safeguards in place, Mr. Speaker. And I want to show how unnecessary and how disproportionate this invasion is. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has a structured bail system. It's not perfect, but there's a structured bail system. A surety is not a random person off the street. A surety is vetted. Bail in the sum of X $100,000 to be approved by the clerk of the peace tree or the registrar. The registrar has to vet that surety who comes as a representative to take bail. They must have no disqualifying criminal history. Their suitability has to be assessed by the registrar. When property is used, the certified deed is examined. They cannot bring a deed that has already taken bail. When bail is paid through the court, it is done by a check, and that check is recorded. And the registrars systematically, Mr. Speaker, ask for 6 months record from the person's bank statement to show that the monies were derived from the normal course of business dealings. So this bill is not filling any legal vacuum. It's laying financial interrogation on top of a system that already has checks and balances. Why don't we perfect the checks and balances as opposed to making this intrusive abdication of constitutional right? It is the opposition's suggestion that instead of criminalizing families and creating secret financial trials, the existing bail system should be strengthened through administrative conditions that are already there, and to make it more practicable and to make this piece of legislation more proportionate. We suggest that there be an institution of the following. So we're not just criticizing, we are now making suggestions. We suggest that there be an institution of a banking history requirement that make it mandatory. That the proposed surety shall provide a bank statement from a regulated and recognized financial institution showing the account has existed for at least a 6-month period, including the average balance over that period and the source of funds. This allows the court and the person approving the bail to assess the financial capacity without presuming criminality. Additionally, a source of funds declaration can be made, and this may be used to support the court's assessment or trigger referral to a financial institution if necessary, but it must not determine the refusal of bail. That is our position. Also, Mr. Speaker, people who will fail at these hearings would be, and it creates a sort of inequality and inequity in the society. You know who will fail at these hearings? Market vendors who may not have a normal record in the bank. Pensioners, farmers, working families who may have an alternative way of handling their monies, may run afoul and have a family member who they come to take bail for, and run afoul of this law and the family member stay in jail because their bail is refused. It creates a form of economic detention. And we say that bail depends on securing your liberty and attending court, and not on justifying your money and putting that as a conditionality for you to be granted bail. Now, a lot has been said about the comparative law. Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we do our homework. The government seems to be relying on the United States and Nebia 357 F2D 303 Second Circuit Court 1966. We say this reliance is fundamentally misconceived because this case, the Nebia case, did not create a regime for investigating the legitimacy of bail money, nor did it authorize the court to conduct financial purity hearings as a condition for bail. Nebbia concerned a narrow procedural question. Here's the question: whether a court, having ordered cash bail, retains a discretion to inquire whether the form of bail offered is adequate to secure the person's appearance in court. Mr. Speaker, this is contained at page 3 of Nebbia, where it says, although Rule 46AC, Federal Rules Criminal Procedure, provided a person arrested in a non-capital case shall be admitted to bail, the amount thereof shall be as such as in the judgment of the judge will ensure the presence of the defendant. So what Nebbia does really is to reinforce the position stated in Felicia Constantine, stated in Mandata Singh, and advocated by this side, that the purpose of any inquiry, as the Nebbia inquiry was to ensure that the defendant comes to court. The Second Circuit Court expressly reaffirmed that it is not the sum of the bail bond that society asks for, but rather the appearance of the defendants at the time of his trial. The inquiry approved in Nebbia was therefore directed to risk and reliability, not the provenance of the funds. So to come here and recast Nebbia in that form to say, well, you culled it from the United States of America, is simply misleading. The government's reliance on St. Lucia, Guyana, and Dominica is equally misplaced, having practiced in all those jurisdictions. If I dare say so myself, the provisions cited in those jurisdictions do not authorize financial investigations into the origins or legitimacy of bail money. They deal with something entirely different. They deal with the suitability of the surety to secure the accused's attendance at court. The entire material to our raison d'etre in Trinidad and Tobago. Why is he trying to mislead us? Why? In each of those statutes, the court...
46.6. Mr. I just said 46.6. Imputed improper motive. 48.6, sorry. Mr. Speaker, my friend is imputed improper motives because in our delivery, we did not say any of what my friend is suggesting. We did not say that at all. We stated quite clearly where our model came from. We did not suggest it came from Dominica or any of the jurisdictions, as the member for Port of Spain South is suggesting.
I don't think it rises to the level of an imputation of an improper motive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm making, in each of these jurisdictions, the statutes and the court is directed to consider the surety's financial resources, character of the criminal record, proximity to the accused in order to determine that the surety is a reliable person to ensure that the person attends court, not where the money coming from. That's the point I'm making. This bill, however, makes financial interrogation mandatory at $30,000 or the presentation of a deed, regardless of the offense, regardless of the person, regardless of the risk, regardless of the nature of the offense, regardless of the seriousness of the offense, regardless of the antecedents of the offender, Mr. Speaker. This bill has thrown the common law and the constitutional protections on its head. I want to conclude by going into each section and showing you what it changes. Clause 6H, Section 2, allows bail to be refused if money or property is legitimate. What it really does is it imprisons people for money issues, not risk. What is the constitutional problem? It violates the common law because based on the common law, bail is based on risk and not on wealth. That's the first section. So we're going through each section, Mr. Speaker, to show why we cannot support it. Clause 7, Section 6B. It creates a bail source hearing. This introduces a pre-trial financial investigation without conviction, without the person being investigated, being charged. What does it do? The mischief is it violates due process, it violates privacy, and it violates the doctrine of separation of powers. 6B1, mandatory hearing at $30,000 cash or deed. It treats all cash in excess of $30,000 and all deeds and property owners of these deeds as suspects. It is arbitrary, it is discriminatory, and it's against poor people and rich people. It's against the people. Poor and rich. Clause 6B2, what it changes? The surety must prove the funds are legitimate. What it really does, money is guilty until proven innocent. It reverses the burden and it violates the Constitution. That's our view. 6B3 allows in-camera hearings. We say an intrusive inquiry that violates privacy, whether it's be done in public or in camera, is still intrusive, it's still a violation. Clause 8 and Section 16, the court may examine the source of bail. Judges and masters now become investigators, and it destroys neutrality and it destroys judicial impartiality. That is what we say. Clause 9 of the second schedule, surety must swear that the funds are legitimate. It criminalizes mistakes or informal finances, and what that really does is increases the remand and punishes people who do not have adequate resources. This bill turns that line of accessing bail by having a financial barrier. Liberty should never be for sale, and we say this bill makes liberty up, puts it up for sale. So how do we conclude, Mr. Speaker? We say, thank God the PNM increased the amount of masters in the court from 3 to 13. That was a well done by the People's National Movement. This bill, how is this bill going to improve the detection rate in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the intelligence gathering? How? How is it going to reduce the backlog and the slow pace of filing of indictments? The bill is seeking to place a plaster on a festering sore when there are other methods, Mr. Speaker, that can do so. It will cause the overcrowding of remand yard and the prison population. It will add to delays in the administration of justice without a layer of protection. It will cause justice to become more expensive for the ordinary citizen. What resources will be given to the courts and the masters to conduct these hearings? It is disproportionate. It will result in everyone being subject to the denial of bail based on financial consideration. Mr. Speaker, this opposition understands Trinidad and Tobago. And we say that persons are innocent until proven guilty. And innocent persons could be remanded for up to 6 months, depending on how long the process takes. We understand that in Trinidad and Tobago, we don't want divisiveness. Together we aspire. Together we achieve. We want to work with the government, and we say, send this to JSC, where we can, if you are serious about your mouthings about collaboration, well, put your actions where your words were. Send it to JSC. We have, Mr. Speaker, I have over 9 recommendations for amendments, and let us see if we can solve an issue and yet maintain that delicate balance of freedom and yet crime fighting. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, it's now 4:28. I propose to take the tea break now, and we'll resume at 5:15. Thank you very much. We're now suspended. quorum? Shema, do we have a quorum? We do? Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to join this debate that seeks to essentially amend the Bail Act, so the Bail Amendment Bill 2026. Now, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said in piloting the bill by the goodly member for Sangre Grande. And then in response, we would have heard from senior counsel from Port of Spain South. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to clear up a couple of things that would have been put on the record so that the public understands what we are trying to do here this evening. The bill before us this afternoon is very, very simple. It is very, very pellucid, and it has one particular objective. It is set out to correct a particular mischief that was set on the law when it was first conceptualized or first amended, actually, by the previous administration. And that is to include the test for exceptional circumstances under Section 5 of the legislation. The second part of the bill, or the second aspect of the bill, in terms of its aims, is to treat with including essentially a source of funds hearing aspect that can take place by a judicial officer when the issue of bail arises and bail is granted to the applicant/defendant before the court, but just to ensure essentially that the source of funds that is being presented by the applicant is legitimate in nature. Nothing sinister at all is being presented or is contained within this bill. Nothing that would hurt or harm an innocent or average person who will find themselves before the court is contained within this bill. This bill is instructive because we would have received certain information and instructions from CFATIF, which our friends on the other side are very well aware of, that we know that we have to comply with to get us off of this list that we've been on for so long, that they have put us on by their inactions on many instances. And what we are essentially trying to do is strengthen a piece of legislation that all of us who are lawyers, and some of us who aren't, would subject ourselves to from time to time. That is all we're trying to do. So there's nothing sinister that is currently before this House. And when the member for Port of Spain South stood up in his contribution, he alluded to the fact that the bill was essentially, as it pertains to Section 5, where we're introducing this exceptional circumstance test, was confirming rather than correcting a mischief within the legislation. And I want to actually correct what the member put on the record, because the member for Sangre Grande touched on it when he raised the judgment given in Jamal Muhammad Khan versus the state. And the dicta by Justice Singh in that matter was quite instructive, especially when one turns to page 18, paragraph 41. Because the judge, in terms of going through the application itself, and yes, the member who piloted the motion was one of the lawyers for the applicant, and the law was tested, and there were two limbs that were looked at whether or not the application in and of itself had to consider exceptional circumstances under Section 5 when it was not present or it was not expressly stated there. And then there was another challenge in terms of whether or not the defendant in the matter, if he was released, that he would harm witnesses in the matter. And when one goes through the dicta in the case itself,
the goodly member for Sangre Grande, and as I always say, on this side of the aisle, we have so many brilliant lawyers. The goodly lawyer, you must chuckle. You're half a lawyer, literally. But the goodly lawyer for Sangre Grande, who wins most of his cases, unfortunately, in this one, he was not successful with respect to procuring the bail, but the ruling that came out was beneficial for all and sundry. And the dicta at paragraph 41 highlights the mischief that this government is trying to treat with respect to the Section 5 amendment. And it says, and I'm not going to go through all of it, it says that being said, and I quote, the court must also grapple with this exchange that occurred between the Attorney General and Minister Hosein, which is directly relevant to the matter at hand. And then the judge, as she is, went through what that exchange was. And there was an exchange by the member for Barataria Samoa asking the former Honorable Attorney General for some clarification on that 180-day period and whether or not an application had to be made or a demonstration for exceptional circumstances had to be made. Minister Hosein says, does he have to show exceptional circumstances? Senator Amor says, not before he makes an application. Minister Hosein then retorts and says, and that is within 180 days. If the 180 days expires, then does he have to show exceptional circumstances also? Senator Amor says, give me 1 minute, let me consult. The answer to that is yes. So Senator Amor, as he then was, pointed out that Section 5 really was supposed to have that exceptional circumstances prescription tethered to it. But just as we were when we were in opposition, pointing out many things to the government when they were trying to rush and pass bad legislation, this is a symptom of what took place. This is the evidence of that. And the hardships then that would have come out now for the court to go through those and distill those problems is what is being fleshed out in the dicta here and fleshed out by the judge in this matter. So much so that at the end of what was said by her ladyship, she indicated at paragraph 42, the Attorney General's response to the Member of Parliament Hosein's query was ambiguous and internally inconsistent, and it has now led to uncertainty regarding the application of bail provisions for persons charged with murder. Initially, the Attorney General indicated that exceptional circumstances must be shown both within and after the 180-day period for a bail application to succeed. This position suggests that the 180-day time frame has no meaningful impact on the standard of granting bail, thereby calling into question the legislative purpose of the time limit. And, Mr. Speaker, the position there demonstrates essentially that we need to be very careful when crafting legislation, and that the damage that was done by the previous Attorney General is something that we have to fix today. So it is, in fact, a corrective measure and not confirming something that was done by the previous administration. And we have to thank the Honorable Attorney General and the Minister of Defense for bringing this bail amendment bill today to correct the mistakes of the previous administration. The member for Port of Spain South also went on to talk about the fact that their administration had placed so many masters, and the masters are there to do work, and they were appointed by the last administration, and the system, they were there to try to fix a broken system. But let us be real. For those of us who have practiced in a criminal jurisdiction, yes, there are some benefits to the AJIPA legislation when it was passed. But for quite some time, and from what I'm told, even now, there exists a lot of problems with that system. A simple appointment of a master to treat with particular offenses that come before the master, in and of itself is a problem. Persons, when they are charged for certain offenses now, before where they knew with certainty which court they would have to go to, what court they would have to attend, which would be the presiding officer more than likely that they would have to treat with. They are unsure of those circumstances today. That is the level of mismanagement in terms of the system itself that we have inherited as an administration. So to beat your chest and talk about the appointment of masters alone in a system that is not properly working as it was intended to demonstrates your lack of capacity to understand the problem that we are facing. And so that anything that emanates from that side, we should rubbish. Masters who are placed before the courts, most of the time when defendants, applicants come before the court and they have to make applications for bail, sometimes on the morning of the matter, when they show up or they are detained and they have to be represented by their lawyers or whosoever, or relatives if they can't afford a lawyer, they have to be running around to try to get information from the police, who are not seized and possessed of the information, to tell them, well, this is the virtual court you'll be in. This is the master that you'll be before. And most of the times, the whole day will pass without you procuring that information. And then you don't get any bail. Your matter comes up, you're not present before the court, you get a next court hearing date sometime within the future, and you are remanded to custody. That is the position that the previous administration left us in. So to talk about hiring 13 masters when you were there and knowing that that still was insufficient to treat with the failures of the system demonstrates how far disconnected you are from reality in this country. And the previous speaker also made mention about bail applications and how they are done, and in terms of how a bail application is made and how a judicial officer is supposed to treat with bail applications when it comes before them. And I am particularly hurt, Mr. Speaker, particularly hurt, because I know Porter Spain South. He is a senior counsel. He has been a member of the legal profession for quite some time. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I would go on record as saying, unfortunately or fortunately, however you look at it, I was part of his chambers. I learned some things from him, right? And there were some things that I had to forget as well, too. And one of the things, additionally to Mr. Speaker, I was also a part of the chambers of the member of Sangre Grande. And all what I was taught, I remember. One of the things I was taught very early o'clock by the member of Sangre Grande is how a bail application is made and the ways in which the prosecution can object to a bail application. And none of that was pointed out by the member of Port of Spain South. As a matter of fact, when an application for bail is made, a magistrate or judicial officer must turn their mind to one section, which is section 6, please, Mr. Speaker. And for clarity's sake, if persons are finding it difficult to find it under the Bail Act, one can look at the case of Yassin Abubakar versus the state, where, as he then was Justice Prakash Musai, I think he delivered the most sterling, clear judgment on how bail applications should be made and what tests should be applied. Because there's a lot of confusion, Mr. Speaker, as to what takes place in a courtroom and how prosecutors would usually object to bail. So you get charged for an offense, you present yourself before the court, your lawyer would make an application for bail. You would say what is your address, what antecedents you may have, if any at all. If you have children, how many dependents you have. If you have previous convictions or pending matters and all of those things, you'd make those applications and submissions on your behalf. And then, unfortunately, and this is why we're saying we're trying to strengthen the system, unfortunately, there are some members of the prosecution who would jump up and say, well, we object to bail because of the seriousness of the offense. And good lawyers would be able to tell a magistrate or judicial officer, with the greatest of respect, please, my lady, or your worship, my friend has not made a proper objection in law to this application for bail. And Port of Spain South, unfortunately, has took this house down that same rabbit hole that prosecutors make mistakes on by going straight to 6.3 of the Act and pointing out that because of the nature and seriousness of the offense or the character antecedents of the defendant, that he should be denied bail. That is not what bail, the application for bail, the application made by the prosecutor should be based upon. And to clear up that mistake that is on the record, I will point out, please, Mr. Speaker, that Section 6.2 makes it quite clear where the offense or one of the offenses of which the defendant is accused or convicted in the proceedings is punishable with imprisonment. Imprisonment, it shall be within the discretion of the court to deny bail to the defendant in the following circumstances, and it sets out those grounds under Section 6.2a, that the defendant would fail to surrender, that the defendant may commit an offense while on bail, he may interfere with witnesses, where he is charged with an offense alleged to have been committed while he was released on bail. And in support of 6.2a, please, Mr. Speaker, you have to utilize foundation now or filler that can be provided under 6.3. That is how a proper application against bail should be made. And this administration has ensured through the varying arms of national security apparatus that this learning is sent down to those who will be battling in the courts in defense of the state, so that they make proper objections to bail and not pick up things that they hear, unfortunately, from the member from Port of Spain South. So that it is important that when we move forward and we understand that the strengthening of the legislation that we put forward before here today, again, it is nothing sinister. These are things that are on the record. This is part of the law. If it is somebody is successful with respect to getting bail, a prosecutor can appeal to a judge in chambers to have the bail denied. And if it is you're successful again by a judge in chambers, a prosecutor can go to the Court of Appeal to have bail denied. All of these are parts and parcels of utility that are in the hands of the state and in the hands of the police. So we are not here, Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to further punish persons who may well be innocent and find themselves before the court. We are here to, one, as I said before, correct the mischief that was made by the previous administration. And two, based upon the information given to us from CFATF, to treat with respect to certain lacunas that exist when dealing with bail applications by judicial officers. In Port of Spain South submissions as well too, Mr. Speaker, he spoke about this particular piece of legislation is going to harm some of the most vulnerable people in society. Imagine if somebody is charged with 800 grams of marijuana. So the law allows you to be in possession of 30 grams of marijuana, no problem. So if you are in possession of 800 grams of marijuana, the member for Port of Spain South essentially is saying to the public that you will find yourself now having to go through all of this gymnastics with respect to source of funds and inquiry, when the law, in terms of the bill that we've proposed, does not say that. Which judicial officer is going to watch an individual who has come before the court charged with being in possession of 800 grams of marijuana and say, well, here what's going on? I'm going to put you on $50,000 cash bail. For all of us who've practiced before the court, that is something that will never happen. So why say something like that to mislead people? That is the point. It is not a situation that will occur. And so for persons to continue to try to fearmonger that a situation like that is going to arise is irrelevant. Like several persons who sit before me today. You stay quiet. Continue to go on your phone. The second aspect of the bill before us deals with source of funds. It deals with source of funds. And the member for Port of Spain South spoke about the fact that, there exist certain provisions already that deal, that can assist with respect to source of funds, and he mentioned a bailer. And I thought it is important to place on the record this issue of a bailer. When a person is charged and they find themselves before the court, they can be given cash bail, which is usually not something that judicial officers tend to do. And that is why we put in this source of funds inquiry into legislation now. Most judicial officers don't like to give cash bail. And the reason they don't like to give cash bail is because prior to this legislation, they wouldn't know where you get the money from. Your partner could go out there and rob somebody, get our money illicitly, and bail you out. So we have the concept of a bailer. And the concept of a bailer is found at Section 16 of the Bail Act. It dictates who a bailer is supposed to be. Most judicial officers, and not to cast any aspersions upon them at all, don't really go into inquiring the relationship of this bailer with the defendant before the court, which the law says they are supposed to. Because a bailer under Section 16 speaks to, in considering the suitability of a proposed surety referred to in subsection 1, the court shall have regard, amongst other things, to the surety's profession, occupation, trade or business, his character, and his previous convictions, if any, his proximity, whether of kingship, place, or residence, or otherwise, to the person for whom he is to be a surety, and require the surety to make a statutory declaration in the form set out in the second schedule. These are some of the things that the law says the court is supposed to delve into when somebody comes to act as surety or act as a bailer. But you know what occurs in this country, Mr. Speaker, and all of them on that side know about that? They are paid bailers, professional bailers that operate within Trinidad and Tobago, which is illegal. That persons sit outside court buildings as touts, waiting and preying on people when they come before the court to tell them, I will organize a bailer for you. And when I get a bailer for you, and your bail is set at X amount, you have to give me 10%. So when you are arguing against us trying to bring legislation to stamp that type of illegality, that type of predatorial behavior out of the legislation, it brings into serious question what kind of person you are. This concept of paid bailers, professional bailers, is something that has been going on for far too long. And it is incumbent for those things to be stamped out. There are some judicial officers who do inquire what relationship you have with this person. Let me explain to you what you are doing when you are going to submit yourself as a bailer in this court. That you need to present yourself here every single time the defendant is before the court. That you need to keep a record of the defendant's court date. And most importantly, if the defendant absconds, you are going to be summoned to this court to explain why the defendant is not here and why I shouldn't take this money that the defendant is on bail for from you. But not everybody goes through that exercise. Not everybody goes through that exercise. Some persons are also threatened and compelled to be bailers for certain individuals. We know that. And I wish the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, was here. Because in his former capacity as a Minister of National Security, he would have also been intimately aware of those types of activities that are ongoing within our court system, within our judicial system, and that we would need to stamp those things out. And that is what this particular amendment provides for. That is what occurs in our judicial system. So if the public didn't know, now you know. And we cannot sit idly by to allow something like that to continue. The member spoke about statutory declarations. Yes, sometimes persons are called, especially when you have to apply for bail in judging chambers, to fill out a statutory declaration. And that declaration indicates that if you say certain things upon the record in that document and you are found to be telling an untruth, that you can be imprisoned based upon that untruth. But most judicial officers, because of time, they don't go behind those things. And again, persons are compelled, forced, threatened, coerced to fill out that documentation so that the defendant, before the court, can be granted bail. And we are nowhere at all saying that this should be for a person who has been charged with 800 grams of marijuana. We are dealing with the most heinous of persons who are allegedly been charged for murder. That is what this is dealing with. That you need to inquire now where they get any money from. That's all. Where they get any money from? And it is because, don't worry, I'll go point you to it just now. You check clause 7. And it is because of the failure of these things, Mr. Speaker, and the failure of the other side when they were drafting the legislation in the first instance that we are here this evening. These are demands that would have been made of us to become CFATF compliant. We intend to pass the legislation, Mr. Speaker. Clause 7 of the bill, which I just intonated to my friend on the other side, speaks to that issue. Clause 7 of the bill seeks to introduce Section 6B into the Act, which provides for a court to conduct a bail source hearing in instances where the accused or a surety attempts to post bail in cash at a minimum of $30,000 or secure bail by providing a certified copy of a deed. Also, this clause sets out that the burden of establishing that the source of cash or real property used to secure bail was derived from legitimate means rests upon the person proffering the cash or real property. Provision is also made for the person proffering cash or real property to post or secure bail to request that the court conduct the bail source hearing in camera. And finally, a duty of confidentiality is imposed on persons who are privy to the financial information of an accused or surety, and also creates an offense for the unlawful dissemination of such financial information. Suggestions that were being made spoke about banking institution requirements, source of funds declarations, FIU investigations by the member from Port of Spain South, all of which is being provided for by this bail source hearing. The member spoke about whether or not, what is the administrative aspect of the legislation. When we pass legislation, the administrative aspect of it is coupled and it is dealt with as we move along. We will not prescribe for those things in legislation. When we were dealing with AJIPA, did we speak about, well, a master will have 6 persons assisting them, or a judge will have 7 persons assisting? No. The judiciary in self-regulation will deal with that to ensure that they are able to treat with those things effectively. But to ensure then that when someone procures bail above this threshold, $30,000 and more, so it is not the farmer that Port of Spain South was talking about, or it is not the poor person who may find themselves before the court for whatever reason is talking about. Bail situations of $30,000, usually those of us who are before the courts would know. Cash bail situations essentially are generally 10% of the surety amount that is tethered to the defendant before the court. So if you're... Yes, please. So if your bail amount that you are given is $300,000 with a surety, your cash bail, if you're lucky, will be $30,000. That is the position. That is how the courts operate. And even when, and this is what I couldn't understand, you know, they're saying that this thing is going to protract the situation, and man can be before the court for 6 months before he get bail, and and they're going down the road with this thing. As the situation stands currently, when somebody procures bail from a court, they say bail with a surety, you have to produce a deed. You ain't gonna drop the deed today and get bail tomorrow, you know, or access the bail tomorrow and be liberal and running outside there. I don't want the public to think that that is the position operating right now with the court system. That is not the position. When you are granted bail with a surety, what it means is that the deed is deposited. The clerk of the court will have to check all the courts within the country to ensure that that deed was not utilized to secure bail for any other defendant or accused person within Trinidad and Tobago. And that usually takes a while. So there's no, I don't want any misconceptions then that when you get bail today, bail with a surety, you have to pay $50,000, you're getting out tomorrow. That is not the case. Even persons who have to put cash, get cash amounts, which, as I said before, judicial officers don't like to do because they don't know where the money coming from. Yeah, they deposit that in UTT. And then they had to bring back the document to the court. And then they had to check that. You're still going to be inside for a little while before you come out. But now, a magistrate or judicial officer who has the ability to say, well, listen, let me conduct a little source of funds here and here to figure out whether or not this money that I'm going to consider giving you as a cash alternative is legitimate. That it is your money, or is money that has come from the bailer, who is your relative, a close friend of yours, not some professional bailer who's been paid and looking to dig out your eye. Let me conduct a little source of funds check on you here. So I'll know that another innocent person didn't pay for that money to reach in the court's hands for me to give you bail. What is wrong with that? What is so objectionable about that? Or are you just really bent upon opposing for opposing's sake? That you cannot see the wisdom in something as simple as this? For us who practice in the courts, who know that that is one of the main reasons judicial officers do not give cash bail. With something like this, as a matter of fact, totally contrary to what Port of Spain South is saying, if they have an opportunity now to delve into the details, more persons may get cash bail. And if it is, yeah, it's new for you, because you, anyhow. And if it is, more persons are being granted cash bail. You might very well see more persons coming, providing the relevant information, the relevant tests are being done, and they could access the bail, and they'll be on the outside. All we're saying is just add another layer of testing to this thing. Another layer of scrutiny. So that one, the system could work properly in the manner in which it was designed to, and two, we also see FATF compliant. And three, which I might consider one as well, we fix the mistakes at the PNM. Which we'll continue to do with other amendments as we go down the road, with other pieces of legislation. But that is all this bill is designed to do. And I commend this bill to this House and to the right-thinking members, if they exist on the side of the opposition, to appreciate what we are trying to do here this evening and lend your support without ridiculous amendments, or we will just simply pass it. So you can be a part of being on the right side of things for once, or continue to be on the wrong side of the law and history. Some of you are comfortable with doing that. There are others who are young and want to cut your own teeth and make a name for yourselves. Don't be too short and drop yourself below the bar like others on the other side of the bench. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Laventille West.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very kindly for the opportunity to contribute to this important bill before this honorable House. I listened to my friend attentively the Member of Parliament for Tabakit. And I looked at more specifically and paid attention in relation to his comments concerning bail, the court being able to grant bail with approval, and that being the bail with surety with approval, to be approved by the clerk of the House, magistrate, registrar, and so on, right? But what my friend missed completely, and I can tell that he has not been in terms of post-AJIPA, in terms of how bail is determined, not only post-AJIPA, but more specifically, since the decision of the Honorable Madam Justice Carol Gobin in the decision of claim CV 2020-03015 between Nilan Bagu and the Attorney General, the joint claim, as well as claim CV 2021-00626 between Benjamin Martin and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. And the date of this decision, please, Mr. Speaker, is on the January 31st, 2023. Because if my friend was bothered a bit just to do some research, he would realize that Justice Gobin, in that decision, struck down completely the policy of approving bail with surety for the approval of the clerk of the peace or the magistrate registrar. My friend is referring with authority and talking about the process now in terms of getting bail. And for clarity, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to walk most respectfully the population through the process post-AJIPA in terms of what transpires now in terms of a bail hearing. So, a police officer arrests a person on suspicion of some unlawful act. It can be a summary offense, it can be a matter that is triable either way, or it could be a matter that is strictly indictable. Let's say, for example, if the matter is summary offense, such as obscene language, perhaps driving without license, those minor offenses that is strictly a summary offense would go to a magistrate. Or alternatively, especially since the recent amendments to AJIPA, and another Justice Gobin decision, that JPs can go to the station, consider bail, and grant bail at the station, and that person is likely to get a date to appear at the next hearing of the magistrate sitting, perhaps the Monday thereafter or so on. Within 2 working days is usually the practice. If that person, however, is charged with a matter that is either strictly indictable or a matter that is hybrid, what we call triable either way, it means, therefore, that the charging officer, must charge the person, give them their notice to prisoner. Thereafter, they must lay a complaint on oath or on information before the High Court to be heard and determined by a master. Now, in limited circumstances where, for example, it might be the police officers might lay the charges after 12 midday on a Friday, and that person is likely to have to go to court on Monday, a justice of the peace, by way of the AJIPA amendment, the last AJIPA amendment, can go to the police station, consider bail, and grant bail for that person to appear in practice within 2 working days at the High Court of Trinidad and Tobago before a master to determine, one, whether the bail set by the justice of the peace is reasonable, thereby the master having the inherent jurisdiction to determine whether they want to leave the bail as is or to revoke the bail and or vary the bail and or its conditions, please, Mr. Speaker. Now, when a bail hearing comes before a master, the prosecution, based on the Bail Act, specifically the conditions laid out in Section 6.2 of the Bail Act, will make their objections whether they want to object or not. And I want to just explain to persons in terms of what type of matters are considered matters that are triable either way, or what are matters that are indictable only. My friend alluded to the fact that this bail source hearing only would apply to very serious offences such as murder and so on. And Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, that is the furthest thing from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Because there is no restriction whatsoever in terms of the consideration of bail by a master or a magistrate or a judge that prohibits a master from considering the issue of a bail source hearing. It can be triggered in two ways. It can be triggered in two ways, please, in terms of what is being proposed, Mr. Speaker. The first is that once it passes the threshold of 30,000 and over in terms of the cash bail, or alternatively, where it may require a deed of conveyance, Mr. Speaker, what it does is that it's automatic that a bail source hearing shall be held. However, Mr. Speaker, it also gives the prosecution a very interesting power. It gives the prosecution, whether it is above that limit or not, to request a bail source hearing, and there's no discretion given whatsoever to the master or that judicial officer to determine whether they want to hear it or not. Mr. Speaker, when an accused person finds himself charged for a matter, let's say a hybrid matter. A hybrid matter that is triable either way, it has to go before the master of the High Court. Let me tell you what are some of the less serious offences in relation to a matter that is triable either way, and a person who may find him or herself subject to this bail source hearing in relation to, Mr. Speaker, these hybrid offences. So, for example, you have a quarrel with a police officer. The police officer said you use obscene language. He put his hand on your arm. He tried to arrest you. You pull away, resisting arrest. No, obscene language is a strictly summary offense. However, resisting arrest pursuant to Section 50HA of the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, is a matter that is triable either way. So we are saying that for minor offenses such as resisting arrest, you can find yourself the subject of a bail source hearing, Mr. Speaker. And this cannot be the intent of any right-thinking citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to give not only this discretion, if you are given the discretion solely to a judicial officer, it's one thing. But when you are given this power to a prosecutor to simply ask for a bail source hearing, and the judicial officer has no discretion whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, they have to have the bail source hearing, then that is a cause for concern. Because many times when we discuss bail hearing, we feel as if the average citizen cannot find themselves in these circumstances. When we argue these we sometimes only look at the most egregious set of circumstances in cases where people commit murder and rape and sexual offenses and so on. But there are other minor offenses that, of course, every citizen who reaches before the Honorable Court has the constitutional right in terms of the presumption of innocence. Further to which, Mr. Speaker, that person has the right, in addition to the presumption of innocence, to their right and their freedom of liberty, to their right to access bail, to their right in terms of not to be detained by way of due process and to be prosecuted without due process and so on. So you have these persons coming for simple offences like resisting arrest, common assault, contrary to Section 30 of the Offences Against the Person Act, again, which is triable either way. And common assault can literally be cuffing down somebody, or slapping someone, or pushing someone. That can constitute threatening to cuff down someone is also common assault. And so let's look at in relation to the common assault, please, Mr. Speaker. In relation to, my friend wants to know what my friend wants to know in terms of the offences such as giving, as she said, Cummins contract. That is not unlawful, but I know what is unlawful is getting kidnapped and not reporting it. That's probably unlawful. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would move on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue, and I don't intend to be involved in a lot of cross talk. My friend is just always nagging me. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, there are other offences, please, Mr. Speaker, such as simple larceny in relation to, Mr. Speaker, Section 4 of the Larceny Act. That, too, is a matter that is trouble either way. You steal something as simple as, let's say, a cell phone as a first-time offender. You are unlikely, if you go before the court, as let's say a young man who is 19 years would have found himself in this situation, and we don't know in no way support or condone that. However, when the court, after a trial, even if that young man is found guilty of the offense of possession of simple larceny, Mr. Speaker, you would find that the court, in exercising the balancing act, is unlikely to give that person a custodial sentence. They may be placed on a bond for 2 years to keep good behavior. They may be placed on community service and so on. And I say all of this to understand that if we subject these same persons who find themselves in this situation to then, Mr. Speaker, go through the same bail source hearing, then what we are doing is subjecting them to a pre-trial sentence in terms of remaining in prison for days, weeks, or sometimes months, as the case may be, before being able to access bail, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to an article from a newspaper column in the Trinidad Guardian dated the 20th of June 2004, written by the then late and great Ms. Dana Sitahal, Senior Counsel. The caption is, "Like the black hole of Calcutta." And I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Hundreds of prisoners who have been charged but not convicted are held in remand blocks together with a few prohibited immigrants. With no threat of court action challenging these conditions as cruel and unusual punishment, the authorities have done nothing to ameliorate remand conditions as they did in respect of condemned inmates. Each cell, no bigger than 10 by 8 feet, houses 5 to 13 prisoners at a time. At 2 p.m., the area is in pitch darkness because there is no natural light and lights don't work. The roof, which is supposed to allow for ventilation and light, is festooned with cobwebs and encrusted with rubbish hardened over the years. The men crowd like animals, trying to peer through the bars and call to us. The immigrants huddle together in crowded and seemingly uncomprehending misery. There is some resemblance to the black hole of Calcutta. The atmosphere is disturbing, and as we walk around trying to see the prisoner, it is almost as if they are caged beasts waiting to be let out. Imagine what it must be like at night with roaches and the fight for sleep space. In a cell housing 9, there might be only 3 bunks, and some men sleep on the floor, on which there might be a bit of carpet. If there is a space, sheets might be strung up to create makeshift hammocks. Any young man who survived these conditions is scarred for life. He must come out of that prison hating everyone. Imagine not having yet been convicted of a crime, but being made to live worse than an animal. Imprisonment is supposed to be punishment, not dehumanization, and intimidation. As for the officers who work in such conditions, they themselves must come hardened. Otherwise, how could they function? The state prison, like Golden Grove, is not fit for human habitation. It is a time bomb waiting to explode. We need to address the situation now before we create more hardened criminals ready to inflict their hate on society. End quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I bring this to the Honourable House attention and to those looking on to understand that when a person is charged for these, especially these minor offences in some cases, and in some cases, Mr. Speaker, that is trouble either way, they too would be considered minor cases in terms of what might be the likely conviction and sentence in relation to these offences. And this is very important, Mr. Speaker. When we look at clauses 6 to clauses 8, Mr. Speaker, which proposes several things. The first of which looks at the bail source hearing. And I want to, just for the attention of the listening public, please, Mr. Speaker, to just define what a bail source hearing is pursuant to clause 4 of the Bail Amendment Bill 2026. Clause 4 of the bill amends Section 3 of the Act to include the definition bail source hearing, which means an inquiry conducted by a court either on its own motion or at the request of the prosecution with a view to determining whether the source of cash or real property used by the accused or the surety to secure bail was derived from legitimate means. Further to which, Mr. Speaker, clauses 6 to 8 looks at amending sections, more specifically section 16(2), as well as section 6 of the Bail Amendment Bill. Of the Bail Act, please, Mr. Speaker. So let's look at what specifically is the Honourable Member for Toko Sangrandi in the piloting of the bill is looking to achieve. Clause 6 of the bill is meant to insert a new paragraph, essentially, which is where the court, having completed a bail source hearing, is satisfied that the source of cash or real property used by the accused or surety to secure his bail was derived from illegitimate means. Clause 7 of the bill seeks to insert after 6A of the Bail Act to include a new section, section 6B1, which is a court shall conduct a bail source hearing in relation to all offences. I want to repeat, my friend is not here. It doesn't say the serious offences such as murder. It doesn't say the serious offences such as rape, such as kidnapping. It simply says in relation to all offences. And we on this side, Mr. Speaker, we came here and we are saying that we understand the intent may be a noble one. And we are saying we are willing to work with the government in order, through the JSC, in order to make the relevant amendments, put the necessary framework and safeguards in place so that, Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, we can come to a position where we can balance in terms of the constitutional rights of our citizens to access bail and, of course, to not be deprived of their liberty except by due process, Mr. Speaker, and, of course, on the other side, balancing and mitigating against persons who may use illegitimate means in order to secure bail. And we understand the noble intent of it, please, Mr. Speaker. And what we are saying is that this bail source hearing ought not to apply to all offences. That is our simple position. We accept in terms of the safeguards to put in place, but we are saying most respectfully to the member who piloted the bill from Tokyo, we are most respectfully asking for consideration to be given so that only serious offences would be the subject of these bail source hearings. To my constituents and to Trinidad and Tobago, I want the message to be very clear. We stand on this side, led by a leader extraordinaire in the member for Arima and the Honourable Opposition Leader, who on every occasion, Mr. Speaker, doesn't seek to oppose for opposing's sake. We are here today and we are saying that we are not opposed to the intent of the bill in terms of across the board. However, we are asking for consideration that it be referred to the JSC, that we have some consultation, we have perhaps even bringing members of the judiciary in terms of getting their feedback for the system to be put in place, Mr. Speaker, so that this could apply for much serious offences. We don't want to find ourselves in a position where this is not judicial officers, Mr. Speaker, who are making these decisions to trigger a bail source hearing in some cases. You are talking about a prosecutor, a police officer. Sometimes you find yourself in positions, Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, where you have police prosecutors who in many cases, Mr. Speaker, may not have, in terms of, especially in the magistrate court, they have the police service have improved significantly over time, Mr. Speaker, in terms of getting police prosecutors before the master's court who are members of who are attorneys at law by profession. But even in the summary in the magistrate's court, you find that you have prosecutors who simply do not have those qualifications and may not be able, in terms of applying reasonableness to situations in when they may or may not trigger that offences. There must be safeguards in place, Mr. Speaker. So we ask most respectfully for the consideration and for the population to understand that we support measures that would put in place reasonable safeguards in order to mitigate against persons accessing bail by using certain sources of funds that is derived from crime. And we want to protect against that. Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, we also have to look at this issue of professional bailers. Because prior to Justice Carol Gobin's decision in Benjamin, you would have most judicial officers in terms of the district courts, as it's now called, magistrates courts is called district courts, as well as in relation to masters. You would find persons, the court granting bail with surety, with a condition that the approval in terms of the vetting process comes from the clerk of the peace or might be the magistrate registrar, the high court registrar, etc. Mr. Speaker, what in terms of the process is a bit challenging is when you put this new bail source hearing, as my friend said, simple and it's for serious offences and so on. When you put this requirement before masters, it is not that the person is coming for bail. The attorney appears, the state may object and say, I object to based on the serious nature of the offence. A defence counsel will come and say, pursuant to the Privy Council decision in Hernam and the state, that the serious nature of our offence is not a conclusive issue for denying bail. The court will look at the consideration set out in 6.2 of the Bail Act and would go through these lists to see whether, in terms of the person's antecedents, in terms of whether they have any pending matters, whether they have any convictions, whether they have any pending matters of a similar nature, whether that person seems to have a propensity to commit offence of a similar nature. They will look at all of those circumstances. They will look at whether the person may be a flight risk. They may look at whether the person, Mr. Speaker, may have threatened a witness, a virtual complainant or a potential witness prior to coming to court. And in considering and balancing all these things, Mr. Speaker, the crucial aspect of bail, what the court considers, Mr. Speaker, is whether the accused will appear and take his trial. Bail is not meant to be a punitive exercise. It is not made, Mr. Speaker, as an attempt to punish persons based on what you assume would be their guilt. The citizens are entitled to their presumption of innocence. And what we are simply saying, Mr. Speaker, is when you come before the court and you are charged with these offences, and these considerations are made, mind you, pursuant to the criminal procedure rules, Mr. Speaker, as you will be aware, in terms of if the police officers bring the accused before the court without a criminal record, they can apply to the master to say, here is what. Although we had this person in custody for 5 days, 7 days, 3 days, 4 days, we need 2 additional days, 48 hours, in order to get a criminal record, a proper tracing for this person. That person now goes to the very same remand in which, in 2004, the then learned senior counsel, Dana Sitahal, would have expressed the conditions, and that's why I laid it out. Because you would have somebody come into a court, perhaps for resisting arrest or simple larceny, one in which, at the conclusion, even if at highest they are found to be guilty of that offense, is unlikely to receive a custodial sentence, Mr. Speaker. So you're saying that they wouldn't, even if found guilty, they would not be made to go in prison to spend 1 night. They would get a bond, they would place on community service. But you are putting this person in the first instance to 48 hours in prison while you await the CR. That's one aspect. But what this bill seeks to do, Mr. Speaker, is to complicate, Mr. Speaker, this process even more. Because when you put a bail source hearing, again, which could be triggered by a police officer, and the court now has to go and investigate, and the burden is on the accused and or their proposed or their surety to come before the court to determine what is the source of in terms of their deed of conveyance. What, in simple, and for the listening public, what this bill seeks to do is if you come before the court for simple offense or serious offense, no differentiation whatsoever, and the police trigger this bail source hearing, you would now have to come before the court or through your proposed surety and to say, here's what, the deed that I have here, I get it in 1995, and I get it by way of a deed of gift. But if you look at the schedule to the Bail Act, Mr. Speaker, it will speak in terms of, in cases of a deed of gift, you have to go back to the original holder of the deed of conveyance. Which means that if that person is deceased, how would the court be in a position to have sufficient inquiry to determine whether someone from 30 years ago got their land by way of some legitimate source? So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, these conditions and safeguards can be put in place for the most serious offenses. We would support that. Somebody come before you, they show exceptional circumstances in terms of under the Bail Act. They get bail on the basis of whether it is prosecution, whether it's because of the lack of the prosecution's evidence, whether it's because of some exceptional circumstances. Then that person must be put in a position where they can be scrutinized to the letter. But don't do it for all offenses.
Would you require 15 minutes?
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. I will avail myself. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to look at, so we come. So the court will, so usually, Mr. Speaker, if as a defense attorney you want the accused person, you realize that their parents have the sufficient means or a family friend who would come before the court as what we call a proposed name surety. Beforehand, what we will do is email the master's team, send the deed that they have, perhaps send bank statements, send certified copy of vehicles that they have to show that they have sufficient means in order to be granted a named surety. When you are granted a named surety, you access that bail immediately in the court, or if you are paying virtually in the police station, you access it immediately. There's a declaration is to be signed, and that person walks out of the station or walks out of the court immediately. My friend says, in terms of if you are not granted a name surety, but you are granted bail with surety, and he says, of course, with the approval, which is completely only existed prior to 2023 with the Justice Gobin decision. But if he bothered to read the Justice Gobin decision, he would realize that no such conditions exist today. But even if my friend says that persons will access bails in days or weeks, it don't happen one time, Mr. Speaker, that is not true. Mr. Speaker, when someone is granted bail, let's say bail with surety in the sum of 300,000, that person, pursuant to the Justice Gobin decision, simply has to, in terms of a person presents themselves to show that they have sufficient means by way of a deed of conveyance. They will show that they have, in terms of they have a recent WASA bill that has been, they have no charge on their property, they have no, in terms of the deed of conveyance, they have no, it's certain things, and they go in with the JP, and the very same day they go up from High Court here, the police take them up to ECRC, and by 6 o'clock, most of them are out. By 6 o'clock, most of them are out for the latest the next day. My friend is trying to say that that's a normal thing. However, most respectfully, Mr. Speaker, if we look at putting this bail source hearing, it means that you are adding to the already lengthy list of matters before a master. Mr. Speaker, I just scrolled through my email and looked at there's about 3 or 4 emails from different masters, the masters teams, looking at their schedule in terms of they would send you the link. In one of them, before one master, please, on July 25th, 2025, the day starts as this. At 9 a.m. to 10:30, there's a sufficiency hearing, a prison link. Right after that, that's from Arima. Right after that, there's another sufficiency hearing in North B for Port of Spain. Then after, from 10 to 10:30 a.m., they have a sufficiency hearing in South A, Saparia. From 10:30 to 11 a.m., they go to North A, to North A, Arima. Then from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., South A again for a status hearing. Then from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., they have a Tunapuna transfer, a Rima transfer, a Saparia transfer, Princetown transfer, and a Tobago transfer. And thereafter that, at 2 and 3 in the afternoon, you find masters now starting to deal with charge cases. Why? What is the importance or relevance of that, Mr. Speaker? That is important because you are placing an additional set of inquiry for simple offenses. I'm not talking about or not concerned about these in terms of the serious offenses. We are here to support in relation to those serious offenses to put these safeguards in place. But you are saying for these simple offenses, Mr. Speaker, that you are going to subject these persons to the bail source hearing. That, Mr. Speaker, cannot be reasonable in light of our circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I'm duty bound to address my friend in relation to that whole professional bailer scenario that Trinidad and Tobago has found themselves in. No one can run away from that fact. In fact, judicial officers sometimes in matters before the court say openly that is what may happen in terms of persons going out there to access bail and so on and finding what we call the professional bailers. And again, Justice Gobin was so thorough in this judgment, in this Benjamin judgment, that the court had put his mind and addressed the issue of professional bailers. And I just want to read, my friend said stamp out and so on. I want to read from paragraphs 86 to 89, but skimming through. Justice Gobin said, and I quote, "Our first esteemed Chief Justice made those comments several decades ago in the year 1967, before the Bail Act was enacted and before Section 18 of the Act criminalized the conduct of professional bailers," which is the statement that was made by then Chief Justice Wooden would have been the type, he believed someone to be a professional bailer as the type of person who should be stamped out of this community because of the ill effects which follow from his activities here, and think the court ought to be astute to do everything to put an end to them. Justice Gobin went on in paragraph 87 to state, "There is also the hard truth that professional bailers have been there and will be here to stay, Section 18 notwithstanding. The reason for this is that the judiciary policies delivers, and again, the judiciary policy delivers the poor and vulnerable into the hands of professional bailers. In Gokul, Chief Justice Archie, as he then was, referred to the unofficial as opposed to the legal system of professional bailers. This is significant that the unofficial system, however reluctant we may be to admit it, keep the numbers down." And I want to go to an article that Justice Gobin referred to by, again, the late and great Ms. Dana Sita, senior counsel. It's a column published on the 12th of April 2012, entitled "Bail in TNT." I want to read briefly here, Mr. Speaker. In TNT, it is an open secret among the fraternity in the criminal justice system that professional bailers are the mainstay of the bail system. This is so even though this is said to be against the law of the country. What then must a person of modest means do where he or a member of a family is charged with an offense and the bail is fixed for the sum, let's say, of 50,000? He seeks out a bailer who is often recommended by the police or even by a JP. That person provides a deed up to the requisite amount, which is then checked by the court authorities, then invariably proved to be clear. The defendant or his family or friends will then fork out to the bailer 10% of the bail amount. Our Bail Act states in Section 18 that it is an offense where a person agrees with another to indemnify that other person for any liability that the other may incur as a surety for a person charged with an offense. In other words, it is an offense for both a person to pay another to take bail and for the person paid to do so to take the bail. The law, this prohibits professional bailers. This is completely ridiculous and unfair since, first, everyone knows that this is what happens every day. And secondly, were it not for the under-table system, only the rich and well-off person charged with an offense could afford bail in Trinidad and Tobago. The entire system needs to be revised to legitimize professional bailers, as has been done in other countries. End quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this system, of course, is riddled with its issues, and we are not oblivious to that fact. And that is why, as a responsible opposition, we are here today and we are asking the government to take into consideration not just what they put on this paper, but more specifically the impact that it would have on the lives of the ordinary citizens of this country. Our Constitution, being the supreme law of this land, Mr. Speaker, must take primary concern in terms of how we balance these and how proportionate we are in putting these measures in place. And I most respectfully, on behalf of the opposition, and our opposition leader, asking the Honorable Attorney General, the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Member for Toka Sangre Gandhi, and the members opposite to consider referring this matter to the Joint Select Committee. Let us look at it thoroughly. Let us get the opinions of the judiciary, the law association, the persons, the criminal law, the criminal bar, and let us come to some sort of consensus as to how, not only in terms of the legislation, but in terms of how we carry out this policy, that is one that is fair and is one that is proportionate, Mr. Speaker. We stand as a responsible opposition to say the tough things, even when it may not be liked. We stand as a responsible opposition, Mr. Speaker, not for likes, Mr. Speaker, but in defense of some of the most vulnerable citizens who may find themselves in a position where, in terms of a simple, or what we call a summary offense, or matter that is tribal offense that is less serious, that may be subjected to this undue delay, that may have them, after being granted bail, being in custody for sometimes weeks and some, or even months, in determining this bail source hearing. So most respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. And I ain't finished thanking the Speaker yet. I want to thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and to assure the population that we'll continue to be a responsible opposition, and as we make ourselves prepare ourselves for government once again. Thank you very kindly.
For Barataria, San Juan.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to begin. After listening to my colleague and friend from Lavendale West, Mr. Speaker,
last week he said you don't give him no answers.
I can now understand why he could stand up in his house and say he's white and that he passed all of his exams. But I think I have to take it back to law school, because my friend may not have grasped all of the concepts of bail, of criminal procedure, and most importantly, the functioning of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, the matter before us today came here because of a brave gentleman called Mr. Anand Ramlugan, Senior Counsel. Mr. Ramlugan took this matter to the Privy Council, that is the Achille Charles case. And because of that decision, the law has now been settled by our highest court of the land that suggests that a person that is charged for the offense of murder can in fact make an application for bail. It does not say that a person charged with the offense of murder gets bail. It says that they can make an application for bail. The judicial officer considers all of the factors set out in the legislation, in the Bail Act. And then the then government, PNM government in 2024, would have brought an amendment to raise the threshold to suggest that if you have to give bail to someone charged with the offense of murder, they must be able to demonstrate exceptional circumstances. Very simple matter that we're dealing with. In fact, we thought it was very simple. But, Mr. Speaker, they came into the Parliament in 2024, and a simple matter like that, they messed it up. They messed it up. And that is why today they have left the judicial officers of the judiciary sitting in the criminal jurisdiction confused. That now the Court of Appeal has to go and figure out what they were trying to do with their bad drafting. We warned them. We warned them and told them that it was wrong. You didn't listen. And today, a UNC government now has to come and clean up your mess.
But we will fix it, don't worry.
And we will fix it. if I am to summarize what my friend from Lavental West and my colleague from Port of Spain South would have said, they said the provisions that we're including in this bill of 2026, makes bail onerous. It makes it difficult that we are denying people bail. That's basically what they're saying. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to take you back when Achille Charles was decided. There's a Guardian article dated the 1st of November 2023, and it's titled, Scotland, Time to Revisit Bail for Murder Law. And this is what the article says, and I'm quoting. With accused murderers now able to access bail from court, Port of Spain South MP Keith Scotland says TNT needs to revisit legislation to once again deny them from being released from remand. You hear? So,
What date was that? What date
so
was that?
in 2023,
What date was that?
in 2023, you're telling the country, listen, don't give them bail. And in 2026, you now come to tell us, will we make it too hard to give them bail? You see what you call hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker? If that is not hypocrisy, I don't know what is. And then their former Prime Minister, there's a Newsday article by Yvonne Webb, dated the 14th of February 2021, Valentine's Day. PM, no bail for murder must remain the law. No bail for murder must remain the law.
Valentine's Day.
Our position at all material times, Mr. Speaker, was not to say to release people charged with murder, We never said that, We said that there's a constitutional right that they can apply for bail and let the court decide yes or no based on the factors of the case on a case-by-case basis. Simple. We are fixing it now. We are fixing it now. But I'm troubled by the submissions made by my bright friend from Lavental West. Because my friend said, and he reads the legislation without context, and Mr. Speaker, you are a man of context.
Too much.
And what he said is that all offenses will be subject to a bail source hearing. Now, the literal interpretation of what we have in the bill says that. But if you read further, Mr. Speaker, it then qualifies it to say that a court shall conduct a bail source hearing in relation to all offenses, we're not disputing that, in attempting to post to secure bail, the accused or the surety presents A, cash in the sum of $30,000 or more, or B, a certified copy of a deed. Now, my friend said that, listen, if you get arrested for resisting arrest and you go and apply for bail and so on, Mr. Speaker, any criminal practitioner will tell you, you just get own bail for that. You just get own bail. You know what is own bail? When the court grant bail, you go and sign your own bail. So it had nothing about 30,000 and people remaining in jail or remand for 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. They, Mr. Speaker, are taking the legislation out of context from what the actual practice is in the jurisdiction of the criminal courts. It is a simple matter. Now, as the offenses get more serious, as the risk of the person fleeing becomes more possible, as the person may be a repeat offender and so on, of course the court can impose a greater deal of restrictions when it comes to bail. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, the court has a host of options, a menu to determine the conditions of bail. You could have reporting, you could have curfews and so on. You could even have electronic monitoring as a form of bail, as a condition of bail. So, Mr. Speaker, when my friends opposite come to fearmonger and say all offenses, if you get resisting arrest, all of those things, Mr. Speaker, that you have to go to this bail source hearing, that is absolute rubbish. I don't want to say that, I get in trouble here. That is nonsensical. It's nonsensical. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I am troubled by the submissions being offered by my friends opposite. Because they have not, Mr. Speaker, placed the legislation that we are proposing within the context of how the courts actually operate. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. They're fear-mongering. They are fear-mongering. You remember when we were passing the home invasion bill, how they were fear-mongering the country? Yes. You remember that, Mr. Speaker? And they are doing it again and again and again. We want to instill fear in the hearts of the criminals. That is what we want to do. Help us put the fear in the hearts of the criminals. Help us do that. Do not allow the criminals to run free, because this government is serious about crime fighting. That is why you could never do it, and we could have reduced crime to the lowest ever in 10 years. Murders down by 42%. 42%. That is why we could have done that. That is why we could pass good law. That is why we could govern the country, and that is why we have a prime minister who is in charge. That is why we could do that, Mr. Speaker. Then I heard Port of Spain South saying, well, it's so difficult to go and do a land search on a property. There's something in the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Land and Legal Affairs, called PBRS. You can do a land search online now, Mr. Speaker. You can do it in less than 2 hours, 3 hours. All the deeds are scanned. Most of the deeds are scanned on the system. And if the deed is not there, you can demand that the scan be made up and we can upload it for you. So again, Mr. Speaker, the member is engaged in fear-mongering. They need to stop it. They need to stop it. But they will never stop, you know. That is why they will remain on that side. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, we have to go for re-rating also an assessment in March for FATF. This particular bill before us is one of the pieces of that puzzle in terms of getting us out of the blacklist that they put us on. That they put us on. They put us on that list. We are trying the best that we can do to get off the list so that we can become more competitive internationally, because you know Trinidad and Tobago is open for business. We have been talking to international partners. We want to ensure that we have a rating of compliant so we can do business worldwide, Mr. Speaker, but yet they are fighting us down on these things. For once in your life, be patriotic. Put away the balize tie. Put it away. Put away the balize tie. Then I heard my friend talk about, from Laventil West, talk about the Justice Gobin decision in terms of that the vetting policy that the judiciary had instituted was unconstitutional. Now, I want to refer my friend to a later judgment by Justice Henderson, and this judgment was delivered on the 16th of March, 2023, and my friend can go to paragraph 20, 17 first, and then we go to the others. And I want to quote Mr. Speaker. Justice Henderson is saying this in terms of commenting on the judgment of Justice Gobin. He said, in my view, the basis of the finding that the judiciary's vetting process is unconstitutional appears to be found in paragraph 11 of this decision, where my learned sister, when dealing with the affidavit of Ms. Birbal and her use of the term security while describing the surety approval process, said of this that the evidence confirms a fundamental legal error, one which confuses and conflates the condition that may be imposed on a surety to be approved by Section 16.3 and the provisions of security by a defendant under 12.4. It is my respectful view this conclusion is misconceived. Notwithstanding her use of the term security, it remains clear that the entire investigative process was directed to assuring that a potential surety would be in a position to meet his obligation should the accused abscond. Mr. Speaker, my friend told me he passed all of his exams. He said he bright. But he didn't read this judgment. He didn't read this. And you had your time? He can't, and he's in the same jurisdiction. So if you can use Justice Gobin's dicta, I could use Justice Henderson's dicta.
It's basic.
It's simple. Simple.
This is more recent than Gobin.
And if all they wanted to fix it, all they had 10 years and all they did nothing. I go on to paragraph 20 and 21 because I feel, Mr. Speaker, I have an obligation to educate my friend from Laventille West. At paragraph 20, the court said that the court must be satisfied that the property intended to be used by the surety is capable of being utilized in that manner. Anything less would render the requirement for a surety entering into the recognizance ineffectual. This court agrees that there are sanctions which deal with the issues of forged deeds, fraud, giving false statutory declarations, and professional bailers. However, it is unlikely that persons seeking to perpetuate fraud or professional bailers will come to the knowledge of the judicial officer without these checks being made as outlined. And what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is just adding a layer here now to ensure that the property being used or the money being used is clean money and not criminal money. That is what we're doing. That is why you're asking the court to inquire in terms of the source of the funds and to make sure it is clean property that's being used. So what is your objection with asking a judicial officer to just examine the security that is being used is lawful? What's wrong with that?
One wonders.
Why? Why is that an issue? Why is that an issue? Because I think when you look at the legislation, that is the simple point. Just ensuring that the security that the accused person put up is in fact clean. I do think it's much more complicated than that. It's a very simple issue. But my friend goes into all of these complex constitutional arguments that I feel they don't even understand, because this is a real simple matter that we're dealing with here. It's a simple proportional matter that we're dealing with here to fight white-collar crime. You see, if somebody decides to use a building, maybe 5 stories tall, red in color, bought by car raffles, I don't know if that might be a clean property. I don't know. It might be situated on Tranquility Street. I don't know. I don't know. But that may or may not be a clean property. And you will be vexed with a judicial officer if they go and examine that. That is the kind of things that we want to capture in this law. What if, Mr. Speaker, a lawyer receives $6 million in briefs? I don't know. Maybe the lawyer was hired by the Ministry of Finance at one point in time. Maybe the lawyer was hired by the AG's office at one point in time, collected $6 million in legal fees until they happened to sit in the next house of this parliament. We want to ensure if he decides to become a cash bailer, that money is clean. What's wrong with that? What if another one of them was a consultant for the government, the previous government, receiving $250,000 in consultancies, and now sits in an independent position in the next place? What's wrong with that? What if our next one was appointed to our board, getting a stipend of $9,000 per month, and also got state briefs for about $250,000, but now say they're independent? Mr. Speaker, I want to know if that money clean. The court, what is wrong if the court examines that? Nothing is wrong with that. You must understand whether or not the court is dealing with legitimate property. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you are going into this particular matter and assuming the person who takes out the bail puts up a property that doesn't exist, the property is with respect to an offense that can fall within the Proceeds of Crime Act or something, the person absconds, this property is used as security, and the state now cannot recover. What happens? The state loses. Bandit gone. You understand? So what we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is we have to ensure that we give law enforcement the power. We have to ensure that we can give the judiciary the powers to inquire, but we have to also ensure on our end that we meet our international obligations. That's what we're trying to do here. Had it not been for what you all call the UNC lawyers, there will never have been a right to apply for bail for murder. Exactly. It was Mr. Ramlogan, through the Achille Charles, that brought that case. And Mr. Speaker, a case that you might be very familiar with, Achille Charles was not the first time in the jurisdiction that this conversation of bail for murder came up. There's a decision called Krishndat Sinanan against the state, number 1. It's a West Indian report judgment, reported in the West Indian report. And in that case, Justice Sharma would have outlined in his decision, Mr. Speaker, that he held in his conclusion at page 382, and the citation is 1992 44 West Indian report at page 382, he concluded, and he quotes, he would therefore hold in the case of murder, treason, and piracy and other offenses in which the sentence is either life or imprisonment or death, judges of the Supreme Court have the power to grant bail, but it was a dissenting judgment nonetheless. But it's not the first time that conversation was before the courts in our jurisdiction. So that is something, Mr. Speaker, that we have grappled with. We understand where we are in terms of this. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defense already signaled with respect to our position on the special majority requirement of this bill that we don't believe that this bill requires a special majority. I think we have reached, or we meet the thresholds and the standards as set out in Surat and in Suraj. And I think we are within the constitutional limits, Mr. Speaker, to pass this bill without the required special majority. Because I don't know, Mr. Speaker, people who collect $6 million in brief might vote. I don't know. I move on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and on that point of the constitutionality, Mr. Speaker, you know, they will go on a political platform very soon, and they will jump up and say, we are autocratic, that we are eroding democracy, and that we are dictators, and so on. They'll go, you know, they'll go. But I want to correct that from now. Let me take front, Mr. Speaker. Because you know why? When they brought the anti-gang bill, what they did? They removed the special majority. When they brought the Interception of Communications Amendment, Mr. Speaker, what they do? They removed the special majority. The Marriage Act, they removed the special majority. The Income Tax Amendment, they removed the special majority. The Evidence Act, they removed the special majority. Procurement Act, they remove it. Gaming and Gambling Act, they remove it too, The TTRA Act, Mr. Speaker, they take out the special majority, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm waiting for them. I'm waiting for them to go on a platform and accuse us of this, because we have the data, we have the facts, and we have the records, Mr. Speaker. I have it. And if you only go further, just remember, Senator Al-Rawi words are captured on the Hansard of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago Parliament. If you go further. But I don't think I want to go today to quote him extensively, except to say that he was the same man to stand up right in this spot and say that he could do that because of Surat and Suraj. He could say that. So, Mr. Speaker, today we have examined this bill with a constitutional lens, and we believe that we are on the right footing with respect to passing this law with a simple majority. And there's no fear, you know. Mr. Speaker, I told you I like to work with my data, my facts, and my statistics. I have some numbers from the judiciary with respect to bail. In the year 2023, San Fernando, I'm dealing with capital offenses now only, Mr. Speaker. Of 153 applications that were filed in Port of Spain for capital offenses in 2023, 26 succeeded. In San Fernando, there were 49 applications made, 19 succeeded. For capital offenses in 2023 for Tobago, 18 were charged, 5 succeeded. In terms of 2024, applications filed for Port of Spain, 89, 17 succeeded. In San Fernando, 33, 13 succeeded. In Tobago, 14 made, 2 succeeded. In the year 2025, capital offenses for bail, 37 applications filed, 5 succeeded. In San Fernando, 12 applications for bail for capital offenses filed, 2 succeeded. In Tobago, 4, 0 succeeded. So it's not a massive floodgate being open and say that everybody charged with bail coming outside. No. The judiciary has an exercise. It's something that we can't stop. The Prime Minister always relies on one of those cases, the Querati against the state, where it declared that Trinidad is declared as a sovereign democratic state, which interprets the fact of the rule of law, the separation of powers principles, Mr. Speaker, that we in this Parliament ought not to get into the denial of bail. That is the work of the judiciary. We could regulate certain things that Achille Charles told us we can do, and that is what we are doing at this point in time. We are going absolutely no further than that, Mr. Speaker. We are going no further than that. But my same friends opposite complain about the source of funds thing with cash and so on. Mr. Speaker, all we are suggesting is that when the bail crosses $30,000, 30 or more, you have to just show the source of funds. You know, if you're going First Citizens Bank to deposit about $140,000, you should have shown a source of funds. You should have, you know. You can't carry it in a brown bag. You must do that. You must show a source of funds if you are going to deposit a particular limit in a financial institution. So it's the same principle that can apply right here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is, with respect to a trial, they said that the court will conduct a trial for the bail source hearing. One member, I think, said a voir dire that they will conduct to determine a trial within a trial to determine whether or not we should grant this bail for the bail source hearing. Absolute nonsense, Mr. Speaker. We are going no further. All we are telling the court is to examine the means that they already have the power to do in terms of determining the sufficiency and suitability of the surety, and then you look whether the security that they're putting up is clean. It's clean. Simple, simple, simple matter that we are dealing with here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the other points that they made, if they made any more, yes, I heard they talk about the conditions of the judiciary and how many masters that they would have hired and so on. I want them to now explain, when they hired all of those masters and judges, how much support staff they gave to them. You know, Mr. Speaker, it had judges sitting down in this country who could not have functioned because they did not have a team to work with them. You know that? That is what they left. You know, they left all of the court buildings to rot, Mr. Speaker. They did. They left all of the court buildings to rot. San Fernando does not even have a high court building or a magistrate's court, I'm told. They have left every single building to rot, spent millions and millions of dollars to outfit the waterfront. And when they go in a courtroom, Mr. Speaker, it looks like an office. It looks like an office, it doesn't look like a courtroom. That is their legacy. Our legacy is to fix the judiciary, fix those court buildings, and fix the criminal justice system. And we are starting to do that right now, Mr. Speaker. We are starting with the legislation, and pretty soon, the Minister of Justice is charged with the responsibility to take care of the court buildings according to his ministerial responsibility. Mr. Speaker, there are no more matters I wish to respond to because I don't think my friends opposite would have said anything of any substance to really convince us, except that they would like to frustrate the entire procedure. They went from not supporting to then ask us to put it in a JSC, and then they'll put us in a JSC and they'll extend the period while you have the courts confused, while you have us having to go for re-rating with respect to FATF and so on. Mr. Speaker, we are not taking their delay tactics and to frustrate us. We are not doing that. We are not doing that. The people of Trinidad and Tobago gave us a very, very, very handsome mandate, and we are about to use that, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we govern for the safety and security of all of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do not intend to be long at all. I just intend to deal with some untruths that were put into the system. The member for Barataria very untruthfully and I'm sure he knows better, stated as a fact that it was the PNM administration that caused Trinidad and Tobago to be put on a Financial Action Task Force, FATF, blacklist. That is a colossal untruth. Colossal. Trinidad and Tobago was placed on a grey list in 2017, and this is the reason. The placement followed a poor performance in a fourth-round mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, CFATF, in January of 2015. And Mr. Speaker, who was the government in January 2015? Them. So they failed a fourth-round mutual evaluation in January 2015, and as a result, Trinidad and Tobago was placed on a FATF grey list. And this failure of the UNC with respect to FATF was not the first time. They were previously identified in 2010 and 2012 when the UNC was in government. Now, what happened after that? What happened after they failed the FATF evaluation in January 2015? What happened? The same senatorial colleague of mine is the one that got Trinidad and Tobago removed from the grey list on February 21st, 2020, when the PNM was in power. And that is why I call it a colossal untruth. Trinidad and Tobago was not on a FATF blacklist. It was placed on a grey list because of them and was removed because of us. That is why I've joined this, because I am fed up of the untruths that come from the other side. Fed up, absolutely fed up. So this story about how you have to do this, you have to pass this legislation because we are on a FATF blacklist because of the PNM, is a colossal untruth. Colossal untruth. And I won't talk much more except to point out and to join my colleague from Port of Spain South with respect to this whole question of a Nebbia hold, which applies in the jurisdiction in the United States. And in the United States, and you see what is wrong with this bill, it removes judicial discretion. And in the United States, even though the prosecution can ask for a Nebbia hold, which is essentially a hold on bail while the source of funds is determined, the judge has the right to refuse the request for the Nebbia hold. What this government is doing is removing the discretion of the judge in these circumstances. And therefore, there is no comparison between what occurs with a Nebbia hold in the United States and what this bill seeks to do. And those members opposite who practice in the criminal courts, the ones who actually practice, that too, they will know that in a majority of cases, when a person requests bail, they do so with a surety. They said so themselves that cash bail is a rarity. There are all sorts of reasons for this. It's a surety, a deed. And what you are doing now is you are introducing this element that the judge has no discretion, the magistrate, whoever, the master has no discretion to grant bail. They now have to do a source of funds investigation with respect to a surety. And that affects the lowest common denominator, the poorest of the poor. Because now, the little man who is accused for an offense, now he has to wait in the remand yard, wait in the detention center, while some sort of forensic examination is done of the surety. And my friend from Laventel West made the point. How far are we going in terms to determine the legitimacy of a deed? Are you going to go 30 years back to see if when the property was acquired, it was acquired through illegitimate means? Where are you going to stop? What are the rules? What is the framework to determine the legitimacy of a deed? What about somebody who obtains title through adverse possession? Where are you going with this? You see, you all just like to talk, but you don't think things through. All you're going to do is you're going to overcrowd the remand yard. The conditions are already inhumane upside there. You're going to put more and more poor people into detention centers and the remand yard. And you know that. It's deliberate. You know what you are doing. Because if it was not deliberate, then you would do what the United States does with the same Nebia hold. It is used primarily for serious crimes, for racketeering, for major white-collar fraud and so on. You would not have put a wording into this law that would allow people who present a deed for a minor crime now to be subjected to this level of forensic examination. You know what you're doing. You want to punish people. You want to put them in jail. You want them to be detained. You want them to suffer. And that is the issue. Not the old talk I just heard from members opposite. The waffling and the old talk I heard from members opposite. Deal with that. It has nothing to do with $30,000 cash. It has to do with surety. And in the preponderance of cases, a surety is used in order to secure bail. And they know that. So, members opposite, you could pass it with, of course I read it. Of course I read it. It says a court shall have a sufficiency hearing if it's cash bail for $30,000 or using a surety. Of course I read it, unlike members opposite. Of course I did. And while you're at it, fix the definition. Because the definition contradicts that clause that deals with the $30,000 cash and the surety. Fix it. The definition speaks to the prosecution requesting a sufficiency hearing and the court being mandated to do it. Fix it. It's contradictory, but that's a minor point. The fact of the matter is that you are deliberately going to suffer the people at the lowest level of the income strata in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is your policy. We saw that with the zones of what I call special oppression. We saw that. That is your policy. You want to punish poor people in this country. So you could fool anybody, use your special majority, use your simple majority, pass it anyhow you want, upside down, left, right, I don't care. Pass it. But all you're going to do is that you're going to sink deeper and deeper into the morass. And more people in this country will come to hate you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Toko Sangre Grande.
Mr. Speaker, back to reality. Back to reality. From what obviously is the rant of a madman. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you consider what the member for Diego Martin East just said about a Nebia hold, Northeast, it's obvious that the member for Diego Martin East is limited, in spite of having a master's in law, is limited in terms of his knowledge of the law. Because, Mr. Speaker, he makes the point that under...
Member, I think you're leader of government business.
Mr. Speaker, I think there was some miscommunication. The leader of the opposition wanted to speak, and I saw my colleague from Toko Sangre Grande get up, so I'm sure he'd be willing to give way.
You're quarreling, you're not speaking.
We're giving them the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. This is not by any means an attempt to stifle the leader of the opposition, and therefore this is the opportunity we are giving way to allow the leader of the opposition to speak.
I'm prepared to.
Member Farima, the member has chosen to give way. Should you seek to avail yourself of it?
No, thank you, please.
In any event, there's a standing order. I think it is. No, if you feel that the debate is being unfairly wound up in circumstances where you're of the view that is an oppression, a suppression of the minority, you can avail yourself of the standing order. For ease of reference, it is, I think, standing order 52. So
Mr. Speaker,
it's a matter that entirely for you.
It does not fit into that section.
Well, I disagree. There are circumstances in these standing orders where all right, Maro, I'm simply saying the member is giving way. There are two avenues available. The member mistakenly has gotten up to wind up the debate. All right, he's giving way. If you choose not to avail yourself of that, fair enough. But there's also an avenue where if you feel that a debate is being unfairly wound up in circumstances where it may constitute an oppression of the minority, you also have the availability. You also have recourse to that particular standing order. Should you choose not to do so, it's a matter entirely for you. Am I to take it that you do not wish to avail yourself of those two opportunities?
I already said to you that in my it does not qualify based on what you have said.
We will agree to disagree on that. Member for Toko Sangregrande.
Dear. Poor thing. Mr. Speaker, we do not wish to oppress the leader of the opposition or any member on that side. We have graciously given them the opportunity, have given way. We've given way, and now they are seeking to prey upon technical arguments to avoid the opportunity to address the people of this country.
There's no need for that vitriol. If you wish to invoke the relevance rule, I can understand that. But there's no need to diminish what you have to say by resorting to that kind of vitriol. Remember, let's just move on with the wrapping.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear. I don't take bullying from bullies. So, Mr. Speaker, let me go quickly to what the member for Digger Martin East stated. He, in essence, stated that in the United States, the judge has a right to refuse the request for a nebular hold. In essence, he's saying the judge has a right to not accede to the request of the state for a bail source hearing. Nebula is 1966. There are federal statutes and state law statutes, the state legislature, and the federal law has changed since that. But let me just say, the fallacy in the argument put forward by the member for Digger Martin East, Northeast, and another member, I think it's Laventille West, lies in the fact that, one, the court on its own motion can determine to having fixed bail at 30,000 and up, the court on its own motion can embark on the bail source hearing. The court, at the insistence of the prosecution, can embark on the bail source hearing. But for the member to suggest that the court has no discretion displays a woeful ignorance of the case, the Privy Council judgment in Charles Matthews. Because people with a basic understanding of the law would say that shall is always mandatory. But people who have an advanced understanding of the law And people who have read Charles Matthews would know that shall is not always mandatory, and particularly when it is directed to a court, shall can, in context, be determined to be directory, as in this case. So it is an argument that you can make, but an argument that you would have to deal with, and an argument which, in essence, would be easily disposed of by reference to the Privy Council judgment in Charles Matthews. But what is quite clear about the legislation and the bail source hearing is this, and two things. One, if the judge or magistrate is of the view that in the circumstances of the case, having regard to factors in 6.2 of the Bail Act, if the court finds it necessary to impose a bail of 30,000 and up, it is the court itself, by fixing bail in that amount, it is the court itself which triggers the legislation to go and embark upon a bail source hearing, either on its own motion or at the insistence of the prosecutor. What's wrong with that? What is so wrong with that? And it is quite clear again that this obviously is directory. Now, there's not much to reply to because my learned friend from Barataria San Juan, in his contribution, said most of what I wish to say. And it made me reflect on what Lady Justice Singh dealt with in her application, and when she made reference to the proceedings in the committee stage in 2024 legislation, when one man from Sawa Barataria was able to demolish 8 lawyers from the PNM. One man. Yeah, one man. So I want to pay homage to my friend Saddam Hosein, member for Barataria San Juan, for, in essence, making my work very easy in wrapping up. But I can't get away. I see he's run off, the member for Laventille West. Yeah, he's gone. And you see, I wanted to deal with the member for Laventille West, and without any kind of, and I'll be very kind to him because, in essence, he seems well-intentioned. I think he means well, but he clearly lacks the legal acumen, and he clearly lacks the experience. And two things struck me in his contribution, which I have to address now. The first thing he said is that we should commit this bill to a joint select committee of Parliament, and when we commit it to a joint select committee of the House, that we should invite the judiciary. That is the most bizarre proposition of law I have ever heard. Invite a member of the judiciary to be part and to take part in the deliberations of the Joint Select Committee. Invite them to do what? For God's sake, man. I commit that on Monday morning, because it's late Friday, on Monday morning I'm going to go to Book Specialist and I'm going to buy Tom Bingham's Rule of Law for my friend from Laventille West. Because it is quite clear, Bingham, quite clear, stated the reason why judges can't take part in joint select committees and so on. To do what? How does it look that a judge or a member of the judiciary, magistrate, takes part in the proceedings advises the Parliament on the proceedings, and then has to sit in judgment of what took place in those proceedings. Sorry. That has to be... Well, yes, it's overzealous. That's because I realized earlier o'clock that my learned friend from Laventille West had nothing to say. What he did, and it reminds me of a few friends I have, that sometimes you study for a particular topic, it didn't come, but you have some knowledge of the topic, and you write everything you know about that topic. But I do not, and I say all of that with the utmost seriousness, but with absolutely no malice whatsoever. None whatsoever. Because my friend is a young man, recently called to the bar, and I don't want to put him down. He made a really brave effort. And it really takes a lot of gumption to stand up for 45 minutes and say nothing. I think he's learned from Senator Faris Al-Rawi. But he made another very interesting, he raised another rather interesting point and said, in essence, I wasn't here. I went to the Oval Office, and my friend member Mohit made some notes and told me that the member for Laventille West said that maybe we should invite the Law Association and seek their opinion. What? To do what? Mr. Foreman, sorry, not Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The Law Association was recently called upon to give an opinion in the Zones of Special Operations Bill. And it became quite clear that they lacked the expertise to proffer any opinion. It became quite clear that there was no one of note on the Law Association with any kind of legal acumen to proffer any suggestion of substance. And I use just one example, but there were several. I use just one example, and it can arise right in this bill, and I'll show you. The Law Association said that 50,000 was too draconian a fine. They completely ignored, and if they knew it and ignored it, then it questions their integrity. But they must have known, any lawyer worth his salt would know, that when legislation makes reference to a penal provision and says that the fine is X or the term of imprisonment is X, it is basic common sense and basic law that that is the statutory maximum. It is basic common sense that even first-year law students know that Parliament cannot tell a court what sentence to pass. So that even if at first glance something looks draconian, the court can go all the way down. It can impose a bond. It can impose a fine. It can reprimand and discharge, tell you go home, go your way. And the Law Association either forgot to put that. No, it's not that they forgot, because they averted their mind to it and demonstrated quite clearly either they did not know or, something has to be wrong with that, because there's a Court of Appeal judgment in Francis and Hines. I think Mr. Speaker, you are familiar with it. That makes that point very clear. So how could the Law Association be proffering opinions and not know the most seminal cases on a topic upon which they purport to opine? So I raised that so that my friend from Laventille West, who has run away, and I hope he looks at the debate tonight, that he would never make the mistake of trying to invite or impose the Law Association on this House. At present, their opinions mean very little. Let me go to my friend from Port of Spain South, who, again, why are you telling me about Masuka Man jockey shows? What interest you have in that? Let me deal with my friend. Let me. So quiet yourself. Quiet yourself. Quiet yourself. My learned friend from Port of Spain South, again, had not much to say. My learned friend from Port of Spain South, again, like Senator Faris Al-Rawi in the Zoso debate, decided he is going to talk about separation of powers, and that this bill offends the separation of powers, and therefore some sort of majority or something is needed. That it's not just a 3/5, that it might be more. My learned friend must not have read paragraph 89 of Achille Charles. Paragraph 89 of Achille Charles states quite clearly, the separation of powers is not a freestanding, legally enforceable principle that exists independently of and above a constitution. It's simply an arrangement. So even if you think, and think mistakenly, that there might be a breach, let me see you go and try to argue it, because you'll be wasting time. But what was even more disappointing, and I have to go here, because there was a big song and dance about the court having the power to inquire into where you got $30,000 from. Every lawyer knows that if you are driving in your car and you have $20,000 and a shilling or 5 cents, that the police can stop you because that's gazetted and ask you, boss man, where you get that from? You're not supposed to have that kind of money on you, in your car, in your house, because if they find you with it, it triggers a certain type of procedure under the Proceeds of Crime Act, where there's an investigation and you have to explain where you get it from. And my learned friend from Port of Spain South should know, because I read in the papers quite recently that something was found by him and he didn't disclose that. Something much more than 20,000. So don't come here and try to ramage and say we're going after poor people. We're going after everybody. We're going after everybody. And I'm sorry I had to go there, but I went there because you did it first. You did it first. So anyway, let me see what else my brother... Well, I don't need to go into the conflicting decisions between the judgment of Gobin J and the judgment of Henderson J. There's another judgment which sides with Henderson J. It's a judgment by my good friend Trevor Jones. But the bulk of the contribution from my friend from Lavantil West touched upon the types of offenses that could attract a bail source hearing. Now, and he made the point that sometimes you mightn't be able to raise the bail, so then you stay inside. My friend, again, must not have read the Bail Act, must not have read any book on sentencing, because two things become quite clear. the courts will only impose 30,000 and above for the most serious of offenses. Not, as my friend said, resisting arrest. I've never seen resisting arrest attract 30,000. Obscene language, I've never seen that attract 30,000. All of the offenses he referred to do not attract that. You are given your own bond. And what the courts take into account is this: paramount, the method for treating with the offense and the offender. And the court takes into account that if I keep you in custody and you are found not guilty, then you would have, in essence, been deprived of your liberty, which is a punishment, and you would have been deprived of that liberty before trial. So the court would take all these factors into account and say, you know, even if I find him guilty, I'm not going to impose a custodial sentence. And in those circumstances, the court will say, own bail, that's routine. But I can understand my learned friend from Laventille West not knowing that, because he's green in the practice. Again, I said he's well-meaning, well-intentioned, so I wouldn't beat him about the body for that. And there's not much more from him. Well, he raised a point about if you purchased the property 30 years ago, how are you going to prove that it's not from ill-gotten gain? That proposition need only be stated to be rejected. Because if you own property from 30 years ago, you have a deed suggesting that you purchased it 30 years ago, there is nothing that would raise the magistrate or the judge's suspicion to say, well, this has to be the proceeds of crime. That's basic common sense. So again, my learned friend from Laventille West said nothing. In fact, I shouldn't even have addressed it. I simply raised it to educate him. Let's deal with my friend. I see he's looking at me like you want to beat me. My friend from Port of Spain South. And he raised the issue about the purpose of bail and the purpose of a surety. We all know that. But you see, what this bill is targeting, as my friend from San Juan Barataria alluded to moments ago, is this. When someone takes bail, that person is pledging to the court that I am giving an undertaking, I'm giving an assurance, I am sure that I can ensure the attendance of the accused. I'm willing to bet money on that, and you hold on to my money or my deed. That's the point. But you see, when the money is from ill-gotten gain, and the leader of the 6, or the 7, or the 8, when they make that easy money, they could pledge that and afford to lose that, because it wasn't earned, as the Bible says, by the sweat of thy brow. And that is what the legislation is getting at. People who vouch for you would risk their hard-earned property to say, I'm so sure about you, and I'm sure that you value me so much that you would turn up to trial so that I do not lose my property. That's what bail is. That I know that you value me so much that you wouldn't make me lose my property so that I could put up my property. Yeah, trust. But when is 30,000 cash bail? That is not even a brick of cocaine. We can get that back. Man, take your bail, jump your bail, go your way. I see the laughing. Papa, yourself, before I bought and going Serrano Road, and I discovered recently, whilst I was debating in the Senate, the Zoso, at that precise point, a friend of mine, his son was murdered right there. And when I went to where the body fall down, I see a poster of Kareem Marcelle. But you know what happened now? He ain't reach. Poor thing. I could go where I want. Come, San Fernando. I could go where I want. No, well, he started it.
Yeah, no,
and then we can't
besides
take
that,
off.
that's besides the point. Whoever
Yeah.
starts it, that's besides the point. This is not a schoolyard.
Yeah. My learned friend from Port of Spain South made reference to the case of Mandata Singh. 1988 existed before the 1994 Bail Act and before all of the different amendments made reference to Felicia Constantine. And he said, well, it wasn't overturned by later cases. It wasn't overturned because it wasn't even mentioned. It's OTOs. Nobody refers to that case anymore. Then there was a complaint about masters being overburdened. Well, if masters are overburdened, you proclaimed a JIPA. You had enough time to fix it. You had enough time to employ enough masters, to employ enough staff, and you didn't. So what is the big song and dance about? But the one guarantee we'll give you, not that Philip would fix it, but we would fix it. Just as today, we are fixing the mess that you caused in the courts by your ineptitude, 8 lawyers on that side, ineptitude when you passed the 2024 Bail Amendment Act. Let me see. Well, there seemed to be an admission from that side that magistracy registrars and clerks of the peace are already engaging in this exercise, which is not, we are not giving them that much more power. What we are giving them is a statutory license to do what the law does not allow, what they do in practice, but what the law does not allow, particularly magistrates who are creatures of statute and cannot embark on this sort of procedure. But since you, well, I know it may have been hard to express it outwardly. It would have been hard to, but it's quite clear from your language that you have, from your subliminal vibrations, that you've conceded defeat. That you have no point. Oh, just wrap up quick.
You heard to what, Brian? You can't take it.
Can't take it.
Oh, God. Well, again, in a failed attempt to say, well, it breaches the right to privacy, this bail source hearing, my learned friend probably did not read the bill. Because if you read the bill, you would see that the right to privacy is preserved because the hearings can take place in camera. Isn't that the whole point in camera proceedings to protect privacy? So again, what really is the complaint? The complaint is that you had 10 years to do it and couldn't do it, and now you're vexed that somebody has done it. But you're going to learn to put that in your pipe and smoke it. You're going to learn. Sorry, I hear my friend in the back here. You're going to learn. In my Tobago accent. Yeah, I know it's hot in here. Well, Mr. Speaker, you see, and when I answer them, all you just get vexed. I don't know where's the fascination with the jockey shorts.
We love it.
You're fruity, you're fruity. You're fruity. You need to come out and say that you've embraced the love that dare not speak its name.
Randy, please address me.
Coming to the close, I have to make a complaint so that the public looking on can understand what is taking place, not just here, not just in the lower house, because in the last few debates, the other side, and not the 6 or the 7, but the 8, they have demonstrated a level of wokeness that I've never seen. Imagine you are in a parliament where you have who we would think would be right-thinking persons making excuses for criminals. They could envision, they could drum up, they could use their imaginations to conjure up all sorts of factual scenarios to say why the legislative provisions that we are bringing would not work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, God.
Quick, 1 minute, 1 minute.
In the 1 minute I have, Mr. Oh, I have extra time? Yes, please.
You can get your 15 minutes.
Yes, please. I would like to avail myself of it. Not much of it. Just enough to rub it in a little more. Yes. I am concerned of the level of wokeness and how they could easily conjure up all sorts of arguments as to why legislation which targets the criminal element ought not to be passed. I thought we were gathered here, all of us, to protect the law-abiding from the most dangerous elements who have to be faced with draconian bail of high amounts. But it seems as though we on this side are trying to protect the law-abiding, whilst they on that side are seeking to protect the lawbreakers. That is an unfortunate state of affairs. But I'll deal with you just now. Yes. I'll deal with you just now. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, I'm not going to use much more because I was hoping my friend from Laventil West would come back so I could put some more licks on him, but he's not. So let me just wrap up quickly and say that, and we are saying it now, that during committee stage we propose to amend the bill in terms of the written amendment that is, has been circulated. And in the margin, there's just a slight change. It says 3 in the margin. That 3 should actually be 2. So 3 is a typo. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, not yet. With those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Act, Chapter 4, 60 be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Act, Chapter 460.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it.
Members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minister of Defence.
Speaker, In accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Bail Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Bail Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House shall now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Okay. Ready.
Clause 1.
The question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill.
Chair, we propose to amend in terms of the written amendments which have been circulated.
Mr. Chairman, we are supposed to be circulated with amendments. We have not been circulated.
No, I am advised that it was circulated via email as well as printed copy.
No, but an email, we would not know this, Mr. Chairman. The practice is a written piece of paper. How would we know amendments are circulated unless we are told, go and check the rotunda or something like that?
Well, I am advised that the practice by the clerk, that they have satisfied the practice, that it was circulated by email and also
No, sir.
the chief
No, sir.
was it.
In my 34 years here, I say that is not so.
I am advised that copies were given to the chief whip.
He's not the only member here, sir. He's not the only member.
Copies to give it to him.
You're all just ridiculous.
Let's move on, shall we? It's a relatively simple amendment. All right. I propose to put the question. The question is that clause 1 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye.
What it is.
Aye.
All right, Barataria, is either aye or no. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The honourable members, the question is that clause 1 as amended now stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
Chair.
Yes. The question is that clause 2 stand part of the bill.
Chair, there's an amendment. It has been circulated. To the best of my ability, I'm not able to jump like a jackrabbit into the members'
As
pocket.
insulting as you want. I am making a serious point.
Chairman.
The amendments were not circulated.
All right.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the Attorney General is prone to throwing insults across the House.
Well, I guess that makes both of you. I guess that makes both of you. So let us not
throw insults,
let us not decide who's more proficient at trading barbs and
Chairman,
insults.
I object. I do not throw insults like him. I don't call him a jackrabbit. I don't call him a frog hopper. That's what he does over here.
All right. I don't intend to put up with this tonight. If I were to invoke the words of Owen Reyes Johnson in his seminal song, that ain't working here tonight. All right, so let's move on. The question is that clause 2 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No. No, wait.
I did not see you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, it appears to us that the proposed amendment is to delete the need for a special majority of Parliament. Mr. Chair, it is our position on this side that it requires the 3/5 majority as was originally inserted. And the reason for that, Mr. Chair, is what you're doing here is you're affecting the fundamental rights of persons, but also the separation of powers argument is that what you're now telling the court is that once there is cash in the sum of $30,000 or more or a certified copy of a deed, they are now confined to having a mandatory bail source hearing. So, Mr. Speaker, it is our position, and maybe the reason for this deletion after it came to the House, in a format where originally the bill had the requirement of a special majority, is what happened earlier this week in the Senate.
Whether that is, whatever might have motivated that, really, I don't think.
But it's our position, it should stay.
It doesn't form part of these discussions. Honourable Attorney General, would you wish to respond to that?
Absolutely not, Chair. The amendment has been circulated.
All right. So I propose now, after giving the right to be heard, to put the question. Honourable members, the question is that clause 2, that as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 3 to 5.
The question is that clauses 3 to 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 3 to 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I had my hands up. Here. Just to ask if I may please, Mr. Chairman, in clause 5, which seeks to amend section 5, subsection A, it reads in subsection 2 by deleting the words and subsection 6, and it continues without a close quotation until the end. It might just be a typographical, but it may make, just to bring it to the Honourable Attorney General attention, that after and and 6, that it should include a closed quotation mark. You know,
I'm told that the printed version on the Parliament website has it corrected. In any event, we all know that there's a law revision commission, not a law reform commission, which deals with typographical matters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
The question.
I'm not finished yet, please. Anyway, it's from clauses 3 to 5 or 3 to 6? 3 to 5 is on.
There being no amendments, no proposed amendments to those clauses, the rules entitle us to take them together.
Deeply grateful, please, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So, can I put the question now? Right. Thank you. The question is that clauses 3 to 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 3 to 5 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 6.
Clause 6 now stand part of the bill. For the Spain South?
Mr. Chairman, I would start with clause 6, 2H. I've circulated a written amendment where I have proposed that we change where the court, having completed a bail source hearing, is satisfied that the source of cash or real property used by the accused or the surety to secure bail was derived from illegitimate means, to an amendment where the prosecution establishes the proposed surety is unsuitable to secure the attendance of the accused. I think that that proposed amendment will restore the bail and the process and purpose of bail to its proper purpose of securing the attendance of the accused, rather than permitting detention based on suspicion about source of cash or real property. And that is the rationale for my suggested amendment.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry, this is mere surplusage, because what is being proposed in each is already existing law. So what we are dealing with now is a bail source hearing and what the court can do in the hearing. So quite apart from that, the court, looking at the statutory declaration, particularly in the second schedule, would make its own determination outside of the bail source hearing to determine whether the proposed surety is able or not able to secure the attendance of the accused. So that's not necessary in this bill. The amendment takes us nowhere.
Chair, I will not engage in fact, I don't actually think I want to engage in even a conversation with that member, but my proposal,
all of that is not necessary.
I am very, very serious. My proposal, however, is not as the law is. It is this amendment as it is. And I'm really talking to the Honorable Attorney General, respectfully, through you, Chairman. It places an onus and of emphasis on denying bail if it is the accused or if it is shown that the source of the real property or cash was derived from illegitimate means. What we are saying here is it now places the burden, and it is in keeping with the rationale of bail, where the prosecution establishes that a surety is unsuitable to secure the attendance. It refocuses, I think, the emphasis on the attendance of the accused, and that is why I'm proposing it respectfully.
Honorable Attorney General, you wish to respond?
Thank you.
Just to say that the government does not agree. We think that this is a core court function and that the position is properly stated by us and not by the member. We disagree.
Okay. I propose to put the question unless there are any other comments. Right. The question is that clause 6, right? 6. That clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
Chairman, my circulated proposed amendment refers not just to 6.2, but 6B and 6C. I've circulated the written proposal. We have not moved on from there, have we, Chairman?
I think we haven't gotten there yet. I think those amendments in your proposed proposed amendments refer to clause 7 and 9.
Yes, please.
All right. So I don't think we've gotten there yet.
Yes, please.
I think the clerks are conferring to give some advice. Members, I want to go over this. I'm advised for completeness of procedure. All right, that we need to put the proposed amendments to a vote. Right, and so I propose to do that. All right, so what I propose to do is put the question over and then put back the original question. So what I propose to do is put the question that clause 6 be amended in terms of the proposed circulated amendments. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Right, I think we agree the noes have it, right? And I'll propose to put. Right. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill. My apologies for that sort of protracted procedure, but I am advised by the clerks that for clarity of the public record, it's necessary.
Clause 7.
Question is that clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Honorable Attorney General.
We propose that the clause be amended in terms of the list that I have circulated, which members of opposite seem to have found. I don't expect an apology.
Mr. Chairman, I would be grateful if the member for the other side and the other place would keep my name out of his.
Okay. Let's not degenerate a fruitful discussion.
I didn't say anything. Why are you doing that? Look at him. Don't look at me.
I'm looking at all of you. It's rather late for that. Okay. Huh? Huh? Mm-hmm. The question is that clause 7 be amended as per the proposed circulated amendments. Those in favor say aye. Well, come on, man. All right. I am advised that we must invite the member for Port of Spain South who has circulated some amendments, and then I will put it to the vote. Member for Port of Spain South.
Mr. Chairman, I've circulated, and I would like to take them both together with relative to clause 7. And we are proposing on this side an amendment to 6B1, 2, 3, and 4, and 6C1, 2, and 3, in terms of what I have circulated in writing. Mr. Chairman, the justification of this is that by these amendments, it removes a mechanism that will delay the release and reverse the presumption of innocence by converting a bail hearing into a financial investigation. We are of the opinion, for example, that to the requirement of the burden to prove that the real property or cash was derived from legitimate means, and the proffering of the cash and the using of the property to secure bail is an inquiry that is intrusive. It will take time, Mr. Chairman, and it will, in circumstances, respectfully, must require cross-examination. Anyone with any iota of common sense and any practice history in the courts will know, unless a court takes he lie, she lie, the test must be the crucible of cross-examination. That is really a trial within a trial. It's a voir dire, and arose by any other name remains arose, and that will delay the release of persons not even charged with serious offenses. And in the circumstances, I am proposing the full amendments that are contained here. I don't wish to go through them in seriatim. I will take them omnibus.
Minister of Defense.
Mr. Chairman, 6B1 is already standard procedure. 6B3, with respect to the statutory declaration in the prescribed form, is already done in relation to the second schedule. And 6B4 seeks to undermine the very provisions of the bill. So we are not minded to agree.
Would you want to address the proposed amendments to 6C1, 2, and 3 as well, so for completeness?
Yes, please. Mr. Chairman, that amendment is misconceived. There already exists a court investment fund where monies are deposited into, and what is stated in 6C2, all of this already exists as part of the process when one goes to have the money deposited into this fund I just stated, the court investment fund.
Okay, great. There being no other proposed comments on the proposed amendments, I propose to put the question. Honourable members, the question is that clause 7 be amended in terms of the proposed amendments as circulated by the member for Port of Spain South, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. All right, I think the noes overwhelmingly have it. So the resolution of that question is that clause 7, the proposed amendment, the amendments proposed by the member for Port of Spain South to clause 7 do not form part of the bill. I now propose to put the amendment by the Honourable Attorney General. The question is that clause 7 be amended as in the terms as circulated. Those in favour say aye. By the Honourable Attorney General, yes. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 7, as amended in terms proposed by the Attorney General, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 7, as amended in the terms proposed by the Honourable Attorney General, now stands part of the bill.
Clause 8.
There are no amendments. That clause 8 stand part of the bill.
Proposed by the Honorable Attorney General to clause 8, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm sorry. No, sorry. That's a good original. I apologize, sir.
The question is that clause 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 9.
That clause 9 stand part of the bill. For the Spain South, you have a proposed amendment which you've circulated.
The jurat as it is and the declaration. On this side, we have the respectful opinion that it should have the clause inserted to the best of my knowledge and belief, which puts it gives a buffer to a situation which may very well be unsavory for the person making the declaration, and it gives a sort of, in our respectful view, it softens all that has gone before, and it protects the declarant or the affiant in the circumstances of this. So through you, I would ask the Honorable Attorney General to consider that amendment and at least insert the phrase "to the best of my knowledge and belief."
Of Defense or Honorable Attorney General, whichever of you.
Mr. Chairman, if one looks at the statutory declaration that is part of the second schedule, there already exists a declaration, the standard declarations under the Statutory Declarations Act. So to agree to that amendment, in essence, it's an exercise in superfluity. Redundant. Yeah, well, you learn something. It's superfluous. Yeah.
Okay, I take it there are no more proposed comments.
Well, no, Mr. Chairman. It's a waste. I say no.
All right, I propose to put the question, unless there's an objection to me doing so. The question is that clause 9 be amended in the terms as circulated by the member for Port of Spain South. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Honourable Member. The question is that clause 9 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 now stands part of the bill.
Preamble.
The question is that the preamble to the bill be not approved. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The preamble to the bill is not approved. Honourable members, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Sorry, there's a parliamentary certificate. There's a parliamentary certificate.
The clerk has advised that that's a consequential amendment that is automatically deleted. I did inquire about that and was told before. All right, so the question that we have put is that the bill as amended be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the House. I could go with this, right?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Bail Amendment Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House do agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Bail Amendment Bill 2026. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Act, Chapter 460, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bail Act, Chapter 460, be now read a third time and passed. Say aye. Aye. Any against? No. The ayes have it.
To amend the Bail Act, Chapter 460.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
The question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed. Thank you very much and good night.